Alright, how's everyone doing today? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far, wonderful weekend, etc., etc. And Pris, now that you're here, I want you to know I was this close to doing Nier today. I was extremely close to not doing this, but I figured I'd promised Wonderlands like earlier in the week, so we're doing that. But like, I came extremely close to that. You can't do that to me. It'll probably be unless I get hit with some inspiration for, Monday stream. Maybe Monday. But yeah. Kevin, what are you doing? Yes, you are a cat. I'll pet you. How we doing, Mr. Jaybridge, Mr. Stone Sean, Mr. Treeboy, Ms. Sen, Mr. David Bowling, Mr. Prismatic. Anyone else who might be lurking about? I just figured I'd play some Wonderlands and mess around with some of my existing builds and tackle a couple of concepts that I had always thought about but never actually done. And a side project. It's a bit of a meme. We might do this if we get to it. The other day in the Wonderlands Discord, we were talking about how much myth rank it would take to make Blizzard viable. And I think the conclusion we arrived at was it 100,000? Sen, do you remember? Was it 100,000 myth rank? So maybe I just like edit my profile and we see what that looks like. How'd the tail end of our Manflint tech testing go? It went okay, Tree Boy. Basically the conclusion we arrived at is that the best use case of that tech that's currently known is going to be setups that are already spec'd that far for the most part, like Hustler Racer, with a Yellow Cake or Globetrotter goes really hard with that. Made me conclude that the Beacon is a stronger weapon than the Free Radical on Zane, if you have a Hustler class mod equipped. Clone seemingly can do it, but certain weapons seemingly can't arm and flint. Maybe. That's something I actually have to go back and retest, but Clone being able to do it is interesting. However, getting Clone to actually crit is the hard part, because he needs to naturally crit. There's a few weapons that can get guaranteed crits, but through reload effects. Lucky 7 and Storos Burn both can get guaranteed true crits, but Clone can't reload, not normally. Like, he doesn't get reload effects. So you have to actually get Clone to hit a crit spot. He can't benefit from Hustler class mod, though he can stack up your Hustler stacks, because in that way he's you. So yeah, getting Clone to arm and flint consistently is awkward. I guess the easiest way would be to have him throw grenades, like a Hex, that'll just seek out the spot, and then you ADS, but I don't know. This chat needs an existential crisis. Wonderlands is already a year old. Yeah, a year and 2 weeks at this point. That's ouch. Oh, regarding 100k myth rank to make Blizzard viable? Yeah, I am not kidding when I say that unequipping your melee weapon and punching enemies in this game does better DPS than Blizzard does. It does. I don't know how they gave it such terrible damage, but it is what it is. Hey, no cheese puffs. How you doing? I just like seeing Dead and traveling in a Mach 42 too much. I'm almost glad it's tricky to get working. That's the thing with it, though. Like, hey, Civil. Hey, Rapid Fire. That's the thing with it. I wouldn't say it's tricky, necessarily, because tricky by Zane standards is just like everyone else's standard gameplay. Like, the simplicity of Zane as a character means that even if you're not actively taking advantage of the dot component of Arm and Flint, you're still benefiting from everything else about it. Like, this skill isn't just, hey, you can get really big dots. It's, hey, if the thing that's critting while you're ADSing happens to be Cryo Element, that enemy's instantly frozen. It's also, hey, you get a really nice multiplier for your guns while ADSing. So, like, if in any build that uses Cryo as a primary damage source or uses gun damage in any serious capacity, you're benefiting from it still. So it's like, even if you aren't taking advantage of the new tech with the skill, it's still in place. So that's just because Zane is player proof. You can't fuck up. Provided you take the correct spec, you cannot mess up Zane. Unlike, say, Spore Warden in this game, which Theory Crafters and Wonderlands, we have grown to have an interesting relationship with Spore Warden class because, in my opinion, and I know I differ from some of the other Theory Crafters here, if we had to do the dreaded thing of ranking playable classes in this game, Spore Warden's at the bottom for me. My logic might vary from, might stray from what some of my fellow Theory Crafters think. But in my opinion, Spore Warden is the bottom class in this game, because despite it being towards the top of enhancing gun builds, like for peak gun, you're looking at some combination of Blightcaller, Spore Warden, Berserker, most likely. Spellshot has an argument, but it's like some combination of those. You can use Stabomancer to enhance one of the other classes, but like generally you have at least one of those classes I just mentioned. But in my opinion, I think Spore is the least useful class overall in the game, because its only major upside is that it helps out the gun archetype, but it still does so in an awkward way. Its most important skill, being its capstone, is superseded by items. Like Barbalode can just do that, but better. And being the peak of gun isn't really an accolade, because being one of the best at boosting the fourth string of damage in this game is like, because in terms of effectiveness, spell builds, melee builds, dot builds, all slap gun builds hard. You could have a half optimized, barely know what you're doing melee build, and you will absolutely outclear gun builds 10 out of 10 times. Just due to melee having much more overall power in this game. And the same is true of dots, the same is true of spells. So you'll have other classes like Graveborn, for example, which is very limited in its use cases, where Graveborn boosts spell builds very well. Not as much as Spell Shot, but it's definitely the easiest complement to Spell Shot. Our Graveborn provides like nothing to gun builds, nothing to melee builds. You can slot it in there, but like it doesn't do much for those. However, it's narrow slice of the game where it's useful. That being it boosting survivability and it boosting spell builds, is much more applicable than Spore Warden's niche, in my opinion. So like if you have a class that only helps out a couple things, better make sure there's a couple things that are like real good for ranking. I'm using air quotes here for those of you who don't have video. Purposes. And like Clawbringer. Clawbringer is a class that doesn't provide as much to any individual area as a lot of the other classes do, but it provides to multiple different archetypes. Like you can justify certain gun or spell archetypes on Clawbringer because like Awe is a cool skill and it's got bonus elements, and you can justify it. Wyvern is less of a waste of space than the Demi-Lich in a lot of scenarios. And you have both Clawbringer action skills are good. We're going to be playing with both of them today. Some Stormdragon's Judgment, some Cleansing Flames. And yeah, you heard me, both of them are good. It took a while for the community to really figure out how to get Cleansing Flames value, but when it works, asterisk, it is good. Hey Colin, man, how you doing? Couldn't get to Wonderlands, it's overly complex at launch. I just didn't like the balancing, curious to see what a pro does with it. We'll play a few of my builds today. First one, now that I've sufficiently denigrated Spore and Grave, we're playing a Spore and Grave gun build. Talk shit about Spore, Grave, and gun builds, we're doing all of them at once. For me, Claw and Spore at the bottom. Claw's a bit more versatility and Spore has a bit more power. Yeah, exactly. Like, it'd be one of those two. It'd be between Claw, Spore, and Grave. I think those three are just kind of more removed from everyone else, power-wise. Spore, due to not having any real versatility. Claw having a lower level of power, but providing something of value to multiple build archetypes. And then Grave having surface level versatility, but in terms of actually enhancing your overall power, it does less than something like a Berserker. However, it's more versatile than Spore and more powerful than Claw. Yeah. In terms of class like strength in this game, I don't think putting them in a specific order is too productive, but I think we can kind of get the general order. Like, the bottom three is going to be some combination of Claw, Spore, Grave, depending on how you feel about each of the classes. And the top three is going to be some combination of Blightcaller, Berserker, and Spell Shot. I think Stabomancer is perfectly in the middle, despite Stabomancer being probably the most commonly used class, because the strongest things about Stabomancer are just amplifying things about the other class it's with in most instances. Like, pure Spell Shot spell on its own is like gonna slay out. Berserker enhances any build archetype very well. Has great action skills. And Blightcaller is just good at everything it chooses to do. Can companions do damage in this game? I don't remember ever seeing a pet build from Wonderlands. So, define companions. Do you mean like class feat companions? No, they're absolutely hopeless. With the exception of one attack the Wyvern does, is able to do damage because it's not your damage. Puddles in this game are cursed. They're not actually your damage. am I on Chaos 20? Is this... this is the really old one. Hang on, let me get the updated one. This is a launch build. I forgot that I remade the build later. I don't remember what the new one's named. I don't quite have the saves problem in Wonderlands that I do in BL3 yet. Give it a couple years. Hey Tallulah, how you doing? How much have I missed? Not much. We've just been doing talkie for a few minutes. I'm now on the correct save. Yeah, this is right. Wyvern can technically mob at C500 once every 16 seconds. Yeah, that being because of that one skill. Yeah, the puddle from Firebolt is... So, like, let's talk about Firebolt as a skill. It's a 1-pointer on Clawbringer, 10% gun damage, and it gives the Wyvern a new attack. It gives Wyvern its best attack, and it's the second most efficient gun damage skill in the game. So, like, that's a huge W for Clawbringer. Now, it is only one skill point, but it's not in an inconvenient place in the tree, and it's very, very valuable. The puddle left behind by the Wyvern's Firebolt attack is not your damage, nor is it the Wyvern's damage. So puddles that aren't classified as player damage in this game do percentage HP based damage, seemingly, of the enemy. So your enemy in question could have 1 trillion health, and you will still proportionally do the same damage with the Firebolt puddle, which makes it stronger than any other companion, but only if you go up in enemy HP enough. But this does mean that Wyvern has the strongest offensive potential of the 3 class feat companions, and it's not close. So, interesting, useless, useful info. Do a boss run. Will not give you a death save? No. Will not. Like how the nasty spill modifier doesn't. Because it wasn't you as far as the game's concerned. So I'm playing on Chaos 75, and the reasoning there is gun builds start to really fall off a cliff efficiency-wise after that, relative to gun spell, relative to spell.melee, rather. So C75 is a comfortable place where you can just kind of showcase what gun builds can do. I'm using the Sawmill, which is one of the very few nerfs in this game that actually did anything. If you ever hear someone complain that a nerf killed an item, there's like 3 specific cases where you can say, yes, that's true. But we used to think that this was one of them. It's not. This gun's still good. It's just, it's the only sniper rifle that actually went down in power over the course of this game. I could element match. I'm just not gonna. I lied. Wasn't watching my ammo. Go. Holy shit, it's been a year. Time's crazy, right, Johns? It's absolutely wild. How you doing? Good to see you. Instead of wonderlandsbuilds.com, maybe I should make melee.spell. I like it. Yeah, it's been a year and 2 weeks. And I already forgot if I addressed your message, Mozilla, but I hope you're doing well as well. Strimmer brain not activate yet. Strimmer get out of bed 30 minutes ago and decide Wonderlands. So this setup is built around the Sawmill Sniper, which is all about big ammo gameplay. This gun used to be very high in the DPS totem pole towards launch, but due to community perception of snipers, it got some interesting balancing. What they did was they lowered the ammo costs, but also lowered the damage to compensate to keep it proportionate. This resulted in overall DPS nerf because for setups that were already able to sustain it enough to kill, it just lost damage. So even the global sniper buff after that just didn't pull this gun back up to where it was proportionally, which is sad. But we're using some spore stuff, some gear to get big ammo, regen, and just spam the shit out of it. Go. It's a little hard to see what's happening through all the particle effects, but hey, it wouldn't be a Gearbox game otherwise, right? Hello, Cosius. Hey, Sora. Show build, you just do that? I can show build after the run. Yeah, control. Crab game has made his clawed buttery grasp. Hey, Super, how are you? I'm using the shotgun. I didn't even really look at my gear before I did this. I should probably be aware of which weapon I have on which keybind. That was a chunky group. My frames. I'm down to 25 FPS. Too many projectiles flying around. Oh yeah, Pigwort will be a challenge here, huh?
Happy 1 year here, too, smiley face.
Hey, Pericles, thank you so much. 1 year. I really appreciate it. That goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My game is not happy with what we're doing to it right now, chat. Let me close some background stuff. It is very displeased. Do we need this tab? No, I don't need this. Alright, we'll close that. Hey, it's Lula. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. This is also the last gasp, ass blast, blast gasp build. Yes. Yes, it is.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Gearbox in bed with big tech to get sure to buy better hardware. Yeah, it checks out. Checks out. I forgot that clip is there. Run it back. Run it back. See, I have not played this game in a minute. I completely forgot that there's not a wall there. Hey, Friendly Fire, how you doing? Whoopsie. I forgot to cast a spell, but it's fine. We finished. Clipping this game's an accomplishment. There's not many places you can do it, huh? Kind of amateur are you? A confident one. A confident one. Tiny LeChance streamer's throwing. I was just taking care of our homie LeChance. I'm making sure he gets that confidence boosted. It's like that time I Pharaoh surged off of the pyramid. I'm just keeping you guys on your toes. Yeah, so build. We go Graveborn all the way down to Capstone, which is not a common thing you see on Graveborn gun builds. Not that Graveborn gun builds are common at all, because, you know, they're not very good. But the logic behind this is this allows us to keep Dark Hydras stacked up, which is going to be a lot of damage through Faithful Thralls. It allows us to keep Essence Drain active for more inflammation spam. It allows us to keep Windrunner active for more movement speed, which directly gives us more damage off of Amnesia. And it just works out favorably with the other stuff we want in the tree. Blast Gasp is a way of us applying Wrath of Nature if we were to use Wrath of Nature armor, so that's pretty cool. Lord of Edges is a little bit of tank, because we don't have much of that, to be honest. But the idea is we're only really in the Spore Tree for the ammo regen stuff. So we have Quiver of Holding, Butt Stallion boosted it once, but we have 3 out of 3, which is 30% mag size and 3% ammo regen per second. Now 3% doesn't sound a lot. Hey Ramen, how you doing? But for perspective, Moses Forge Capstone in Borderlands 3 and the Super Soldier Shield in Borderlands 3 are both 5% ammo regen. The main way you get value out of ammo regen in this game is by getting additional mag size, because there's only 2 sources of ammo regen. It's this Spore skill and the shield we have equipped, the Last Gasp. Last Gasp gives you 10% while the ward's depleted. So we're able to run around with, before Butt Stallion boost, 13% ammo regen. We get as much mag size as we possibly can. Now this is not as much as you possibly can, but this is as much on like good rings that are somewhat reasonable to get. Double rolled sniper mag size on gun damage Sharksbanes. And then double mag size rolled amulet. Plus the mag size you get from myth rank. That gives you, on a 22 mag sawmill, again, number inflated a little bit because of Butt Stallion buff, but with all the stuff I have going, I have a 72 mag, which allows me to somewhat comfortably sustain. Now, getting more fire rate technically lowers your ammo efficiency, because you then start shooting faster than you regenerate bullets. So if you have less mag size, if you want to do this gear archetype with a less mag size, then getting less fire rate would actually be the play. So you lose movement speed, which is less damage because you have less amnesia bonus, but you could pull points from Windrunner and then just put them elsewhere. So your gun shoots slower, so you don't need as much regen. But yeah, we're using a low-level Last Gasp, so that selective amnesia is going to trigger constantly from Reaper of Bones self-damage, and the puddles from amnesia and the fire from amnesia is going to keep our shield broken, which means we always have these bonuses. There's fire rate, reload speed, and ammo regen. And we always have the amnesia's effect on, which is large amounts of global damage and 20% movement speed. So we do the thing. Do the thing with the thing and the thing. Yeah, this is a Wrath of Nature armor. Cool. So we're applying Wrath of Nature through Blast Gasp, which is being applied from our Inflammation. And spamming Inflammation also gets us back our Reaper during downtime from Theurge. Spamming it gives us Sanguine Sacrament, which is the largest passive heal in the game. You just get a lot of good stuff for doing spell things while holding the trigger down in this build. Could have a different melee weapon here. We should have a pickaxe because it's what I had when I put this together. Maybe we optimize this build a little bit today. But yeah, straightforward enchants, action skill active dark magic damage, desperate on this, and then action skill active elemental over here. Could do like spellcast gun damage, but the thing is we already have a decent amount of gun damage from White Rider in the Machine this week. That's sick. We already did a decent amount of gun damage from Spore Tree and from our rings, so it's like, eh. I wonder how much I could sticky up enemies with the Vengeance of bigger mag size. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. The problem is, it's like an efficiency thing. Like, you don't need to sticky an enemy that many times with a Vengeance. In any situation where there's enough enemies, or a tanky enough enemy to sticky them a bunch, there's a faster way to kill them. Like, sure, if you applied, like, 20 Vengeance stickies, you might get to a point where you're competitive with 4 Sword Explosion stickies. But over a much larger period of time with much more setup, you know? Maybe that's not a fair comparison to make, comparing another gun to a Sword Explosion, but it's where we are. Did I ever get the challenge buffs on this save? Yeah. Personally, I push a whole mag of stickies into a skeleton to kill him. If that's what's fun, then that's what's fun. Oh yeah, what is my total myth rank? Yeah, 603 points available. So almost 1100 myth rank in my 1700 playtime. What's the featured? Is it a super run right now? Let's see. Yeah, maybe we do that experiment later today, chat, that I was mentioning. Might save edit my myth rank to 100,000 to make Blizzard viable. That's a loot enemy. We don't care about that. Still not kill things. We actually did the math. And I think that's enough. Trust and magic would not be helpful here to break it up. A myth rank 200k, you can bonk enemies and kill them fast with Blizzard. You can already do that, like, now, is the thing. That's not gonna change from getting more myth rank, because, like, that's gonna make everything else in the game powerful, too. Is the thing. It's like, if we get that much myth rank, I'm gonna have to not do anything else, because that would still kill faster than Blizzard. This is the funniest part. Trust in math. Nope, not enough movement speed there. It's fine. How you doing, Vibes? Well, other setups I want to mess around with today. Cleansing Flames, Ghost Blade. Definitely want to do some Ghost Blade stuff. Maybe some Storm Dragon's Judgment. A concept I've been sitting on for a while is I want to do Deathless Reaper of Bones, which fails exactly how you think it does. But when you have the yellow border at the end of Reaper of Bones, like that just happened, that's 3 seconds of immunity. So you can instantly trigger that by having Deathless and Reaper. So, like, replacing your action skill with just 3 seconds of invincibility sounds like a fun meme. The question is what to pair with that. Maybe some flavor of Blight Caller with launchers? Weird champ. Don't you weird champ me. Wonderland's fun to watch. It's fun to play, too. Like, this game does have areas where it was a miss for some people. But I don't think the core gameplay was a miss for, like, anyone who's got an open mind. Like, I think even people who have severe problems with this game are like, yo, it's fun, though. And in my opinion, that's the most important part of the game. Is it fun while you're playing it? Yes? Cool. I should probably run an Echo Hilt instead of Ancient. I keep playing like I have Groundbreaker. Too much BL3 lately. Hashtag Wonderlands 2 before BL4. I would definitely be more excited for Wonderlands 2, personally. Not that I wouldn't be excited for a BL4, but I would enjoy that more. Hey, Nipple Salad, how you doing? Faster than the predecessors, can't really play BL3 anymore because of that, except with Zane. I'd say branch out more with your BL3 build choices in that case. But hey, everyone has preferences, and each of these games, the Lands games, scratches different itches. Didn't jump high enough. Builder running, doing some big ammo sawmill stuff with Spore Grave. Gotta go out for a bit, be back soon though. Sounds good. See you then. But the movement speed can't really compensate. But Amara's faster than Zane Lacosius, so I don't think you did actually try that much. Amara and Mose can both be faster than Zane. 99% of cases of Zane players saying that only Zane can do something for them are Zane players having not played other things. And that's not the player's fault necessarily, it's the character that conditions you to not experiment. Looks so fun to play. This is probably the gun setup I've spent the most time with on this game, because I did this concept at launch, and then I revisited it a couple months ago. And it holds my attention longer than other gun builds, probably because it's the weird tech we're using to have our ammo regen active. I just really like Reaper of Bones as a concept. Using your health bar for things other than not dying is pretty cool. So I don't play Zane. That's why I had so much time so much fun experimenting with that time with the Arm and Flint discovery, because it's a rare Zane thing that caused you to think about your choices in gameplay, which is not something that the character typically does. And in fairness, that's part of the draw for a lot of people, right? Like, Zane is very simplistic. You don't have to think, you can just do. But for how I play these games, that is ultimately less interesting to me. That's just my opinion. It's my preference. I need an Echo Hilt. Yeah, I really need an Echo Hilt. I keep trying to Groundbreaker. Always love playstyles that you sacrifice a little health for other bonuses while still including fun lifesteal mechanics. I like fun healing mechanics that are not lifesteal, because lifesteal as an archetype is just uninteresting, and with how separate player damage values are from player health values, it ends up being easy no matter what you do. Like, I have 4,000 HP right now. If I had lifesteal, I'd be healing the full 5 times over with every bullet. More than 5 times over. And this isn't a BL3, like, mayhem scale damage sources situation or anything like that. Wonderlands gives us more formula access in general, but values are squished, like card damage values are lower, HP totals are lower in general, but you can still get numbers comparable to BL3 output with certain build archetypes. Like, lifesteal is... Ugh. One of my favorite things about this game is that there is no lifesteal. You have dark magic, which is more selective about how it actually helps you. You have passive heals, such as Fortifying Sigils, which require you to position well, Sanguine Sacrament, which requires you to manage your cooldowns well, and your type of spell. You have Sacrificial Skeep, which is positioning, cooldown, and gear. And then you have Aggro Manipulation and the Mushroom Companion, which is also good. Reaper of Bones being a risk-reward thing. You spend health to be immune to normal death. Like, while this health drain is happening, I can't die. So I can play very aggressively. I think any survivability method that isn't inflict one instance of damage, receive a percentage of what you did back, I think that's good. I want Dark Magic turned in some form in future games, even if it's a skill. I agree. I agree. It's, as a concept, it's just a really good set of ideas. Really thoughtfully done. It's not perfect, but I definitely prefer it to lifesteal. Been able to put Blight Caller's skill to heal shields with Dark Magic good work. Yeah, you can use that with, amp shields. And, get a pretty good cycle going of, having amp shots. It's one of the good ways of doing that in this game. Don't have Echo on. Do I have an Echo pickaxe at all? Maybe we hit the melee bunny here. So I can resolve that. I like building things that can autopilot, not necessarily Iron Cub, Digiclone AFK builds, but pick a thing to do and you won't struggle. I get what you mean. And there's an appeal to that. Like, mastery of one concept in your gameplay loop. I think that's pretty interesting. I did not manage my Reaper well there. That ended instantly. Underappreciated thing about Sawmill, built-in multi-target. Find skills more fun in this game. What do you mean? Like, more fun as compared to... BL3? I really like action skills in BL3, so that's kind of a hard choice for me. Gun builds allowing bosses to attack. Wonderland's a fantastic step forward in design, right? Fun run. Fun run. Took a while. But I think that's okay. This is why I think C75 is like a comfy place for gun builds. Because doing this on C100, I would have to have even more specific gear. Like, I'd probably be swapping out this element for every individual target I'm fighting. I wouldn't be able to hold down the trigger as long because I'd have to go for a min-max DPS of each sawmill roll. Probably keep a ×4 and a ×2 of every element on me and be swapping gear a lot. It would just be tedious. So, something I highly encourage with your build crafting in this game is to just find the chaos level where the build feels comfortable and play there. Okay, I wanted something. Melee weapons. Right. Time for Gearbox to add a dash mechanic and I might become interested again. I'd be so down for that. Except when your gun build is flag with short fuse. Is that a blade caller moment, Mr. Sean? Yeah, yeah. Short fuse that can also crit. So I'd like a pickaxe here with Echo Hilt, I believe is what I was rolling for. Echo Vampire Twin Soul, 1.94 swing speed, that's not bad. Pick that up. You drop something? Where? I don't see it. Right, I think I remember you played that Doom mod on BL2, right? Yeah, it was very fun. BL2 Eternal. Yeah, I ran BL2 Eternal with double jump mod, sliding mod, bunch of stuff. Felt good. Updating movement of these games is just a huge factor in my enjoyment. One of the things that stops me from enjoying the early Borderlands titles in 2023 is they just feel bad core gameplay wise. BL2 and before. So BL2 and BL1 primarily. TPS has more advanced movement, so it's more tolerable to me. But yeah, the core movement just doesn't feel good. And the BL2 modding community has done a lot to assuage that concern, you know? Okay, let's play another build. Even the step up from BL3 movement to Wonderlands movement was also huge. Just the little things, like everyone can cast spells while they're down. That's cool. The Guardian rank perk to make you slam from any height is a baseline thing in Wonderlands. That's also cool. Just little stuff like that. Felt real nice. The fluidity of melee and chaining animations in general. Gun build can't last an hour. Hey, I did so much gun build stuff this week on BL3, Chris. Yeah, I have the correct gear on. So this is my Cleansing Flames build. Clawbringer gets a lot of shit for this action skill, and people are like, oh yeah, I can't do anything. Well, this action skill can one-shot most enemies in the game. It's just, you need to invest well into melee, and the hitboxes are fucked. Skills here are not defined by the class, but by the items. I wouldn't quite say that's true either. Like, maximum value out of any action skill that deals melee damage is... You're gonna end up Stabomancer. So, like, Ghostblade is already on Stabomancer. Cool. But if you want maximum value out of Stormdragon's Judgment, Cleansing Flames, Dreadwind, your other class is going to be Stabomancer. So in that way, class matters a lot. It was time Zane got more spaghetti. Conserve but not surprised. It's one of those interesting things that ultimately isn't going to change how people view the character. There we go. Hitbox moment. I got it that time.
You are getting all the gristle tonight. Patience, so overrated. Magic, stop, go!
It's not bad for not having my buff supplied. Other content you want in Wonderlands? Hang on, what are the passes on this? No, companion damage. That was almost really good. I'd like some sort of, arena mode. Which I think, within the framework of how the Chaos Chamber works, isn't, out of the realm of, like, what could feasibly be done. Drill? How did I deal with this boss on this build? Well, we're gonna find out. Which keybind is... okay. I just mantled out of bounds. Cool. Oh, I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him. Well, I kinda hit him. Alright, fine. We'll use the proper one for this. Clawbringer alchemical agent setups are nothing if not adaptable. Could use the hammer of choice for the situation. Tis belated. Ms. Chick, how you doing? Circle of Goblin Slaughter. we go back to Cleansing Flames. Go for Big Bonk. I think we hit. Pog. Yeah, Drill's hitboxes are a little awkward here. This is actually going well. Ah, we got him. That was a good hit. See what happens when you actually connect? Wonderful. Hey, fan. How you doing? Teach a man how to milk, he has milk for a day, but milk a man, he'll remember you for the rest of his life. That's true. That's true. There's no vehicle in Wonderlands? Yes, and that's a good thing, because vehicle sections in Borderlands suck. We have the overworld in this game instead. You're about to buy this one? Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. This is definitely an underrated gem of a game. Vehicles get boring. Yeah, and they don't scale well to, like, the late game balancing ever. To the point where, like, there's a couple missions where you have to do vehicle stuff in that game, and they're just absolutely tedious if you don't lower your difficulty all the way down. Luckily, the overworld prevents anything like that from happening in this game, so that's cool.
One more for the soul fire.
Nobody at all. Hey, why doesn't Wonderlands have a vehicle section? Also do funny things with vehicles, map transitions in BL3, random appearance in Stormline Complex, for example. I mean, and nothing of value was lost. Scraphic vehicles, I maintain. Oh, bulwark buddies are tanky. Forgot about that. It was that or nasty spill. So I need to actually be careful here. Another thing I enjoy about the setup, so I'm using unconventional survivability methods. I have a Bronco Buster on right now. It's a very underutilized shield in this game. Ward, rather. That was unfortunate. I was about to go for the bonk. Let's get some strikes out for debuff. Easy clap. Goodbye, freeze, please. Say the overworld is underappreciated? Yes. Bonk percent. Plus 2 to awe. Thank you, Butt Sally. TLDR was more vehicles are weird and buggy. Yeah, definitely. I didn't quite land the hit properly. Hitbox moment. So did you see that chunk of damage Zomboss just took where like the armor bar visibly moved? That wasn't me. That was the Wyvern. That firebolt puddle, see that? It's firebolt doing percentage-based damage. That was a good hit. TPS vehicles, though, still not for me. Yeah, I'm with J-Bridge. Vehicle sections in Borderlands have not been enjoyable past my first playthrough of the first game. You even get tired of vehicles during your first playthrough of Nox's Armory. That's how bad they are. In Borderlands 2, Torg and Hammerlock DLCs are the most vehicle-centric. And guess what the least liked DLCs in that game are? Cleansing Flames killing at C100? Yeah, it's melee. Started the Zane VOD. Love how the first thing you did test a new Zane tech using Barrier and SMG. Some things just never changed. Yeah, like I said, Ramen, it ends up being like new ways of thinking as you play old setups. The thing that really made me happy about it was how well the beacon performed. The beacon kicked some ass. Like, beacon legitimately outperforms Free Radical with the Armand Flint tech, provided you're wearing a Hustler. It's great. Oh no, I might have gotten greedy. Uh-oh, we got a dot off of the barrel. Let's go. Scarlet ones because of the boat sections. Well, I don't think people feel as strongly about the Scarlet vehicle sections. Yeah, I'll redo that. Because, like, you don't do it as much. How much do you actually have to use a vehicle in Scarlet DLC? It's just going point A to point B. And then there's one combat section when you first get to the pirate ship where they, like, strongly imply that you should use the boat, but you don't have to. Hit a worm and you're on fire immediately. Wonderlands cross-platform? Yes, full cross-platform. Endgame outside of this dungeon mode? The endgame experience of Wonderlands is focused on the Chaos Chamber. Like, you do everything through the lens of the Chaos Chamber. Now, there's, like, farming you can do outside of the chamber. Hang on. I gotta plan better. I'll take the L here. Alternative survivability means I need to pay attention. But the endgame playable content in this game is all focused through the Chaos Chamber. Now, this does lead to some people getting burnt out because the perception of fewer options. But, like, think about it this way. It's more variation in enemies and rooms within one activity than we've had in any other Lands game. Chaos Chamber has enough configurations of enemies, of rooms, of sub-objectives, of all that stuff, that you could play this game for 10,000 hours and never see the same run twice. That said, it is the perception of options that matters a lot to people. So, like, even if you never use 2 of the 3 options you have, only having one option seems more restrictive, right? Even if that one option is more expansive. So simply everything being through the Chaos Chamber on a surface level makes a lot of people turned off to it. Oh, I'm being spawn camped. That's toxic. And I'll actually use the Stab-O-Matic. I was resisting doing that, but... Hey, Nunu. Hey, Rune. Let me bonk in peace. There we go. How's Stab-O-Matic gauge in comparison to Space Puncher? Stab-O-Matic is actually a balanced item. Now that the Spellblade is no longer ridiculous, Stab-O-Matic is a well-balanced item. Unlike the Face Puncher. So there are 3 game modes: normal run, boss, and some kind of daily challenge. So they have the featured run, which rotates week to week. Then you have normal runs. Then you have extended runs. Then you have boss runs. Boss runs are shorter cycles. It's just an obelisk and then a boss, then an obelisk and a boss, obelisk, boss, and that's it. And then you have chaos trials, which is what you use. Those are fixed runs to unlock higher chaos levels. So more than 3. More than 3. Several times throughout the game's life, while it was being actively updated, they did give us 2 featured at once, which was cool. And the featured run is not always structured the same. Like, sometimes the featured will be a 31 room, or was it 29? It was 29, 30, or 31, one of those numbers, room run, which takes an average player a long time to clear. Sometimes it'll be a different format where it'll be mobbing room, obelisk, total of 6 rooms, and then that allows you to get the easiest access to raid bosses in the game. There's enough variations on the formula that it does feel different. Trials and BL3 are fixed, but in different locations. The fast travel made that part irrelevant. Still feels like more content IMO, even though it's factually incorrect. And I'm glad you phrased it that way, Tree Boy. It is factually less content than the chamber, but because of the visual variety and the player's role in saying, hey, I'm going over here instead, it does feel like more options, even though it's not. So, like, the presentation matters a lot there. They could have separated out chunks of the Chaos Chamber and just put them outside of the chamber without making any new content, just new coat of paint, and people would have received it totally differently. Because it's perception. It's an emotional response, not a logical one. Huh, that Shrike actually just knocked Nightmare out of that animation. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh. Knockback. That was unfortunate. There's the bonk. So they fixed Stab-O-Matic Spellblade though, that's nice. Yeah, they made Spellblade only apply to actual swings you're doing. And this honestly ended up increasing melee build diversity because we started branching out from Spellblade. And we found the weapons that are actually good on their own. Like, Pickaxe is a fantastic stat stick. I'm using a level 1 Pickaxe, by the way. If you're wondering why my melee weapon isn't doing that much damage, it's because I'm using a level 1. Just because it's funny. Would it be a bad time to mention that level 1 pickaxe also does more damage than Blizzard?
You all aglow.
That's a good fealty oath. My stomach is making concerning noises. But in terms of the melee weapon slot, we have a lot of diversity, and in large part that is thanks to the Spellblade being corrected. Now, this doesn't mean the Spellblade's worthless. Spellblade's actually still one of the strongest weapons for physically swinging your melee weapon at enemies. And the more myth rank you have, the more valuable Spellblade gets. Oh, hey Thumb, how you doing? Our Thumb just made funny noise at the same time. We continue to be just in tune, Ramna. Even after all this time. You love to see it. But Spellblade has still got its area where it's valuable. And if for whatever reason you were trying to make like a melee swinging build on a spell shot work, then that would definitely be the one to go. It's just no longer a I do everything better weapon, which I like. I think Gearbox is taking shots at Blizzard Entertainment with how much Blizzard sucks. No, I think with a lot of aspects of the 3 companion class feat classes in this game, they went for style over function and did not truly care about how well they would scale into the game's endgame. Because, like, think back to how aggressively they marketed, you can run around with 2 pets in this game. They're shit. It's not about how good they are. It's like, hey, look how cool this looks. Do I have a Theurge with lightning? Yeah, let's do that. Blame Fla. Using Salt Battery in my melee build seems pretty broken. Salt Battery is one of the best items, one of the strongest overall items in this entire game. Yeah.
Welcome to the family. Get cracked.
So this is the same setup I was using Cleansing Flames, with slightly less cooldown. I'm just using Storm Dragon's Judgment. Allows you to throw the hammer really often. It's extremely satisfying. SDJ is just a better skill than Cleansing Flames. But the fact that Cleansing Flames is melee shows that how impactful that is on your overall damage healing. Like, you can still get what is essentially an inferior version of the other action skill available to absolutely dump on enemies with the proper build and support. It's good. With the element he resists, by the way. Just a great action skill.
A little life now, a lot of culling later.
Also not applying soaked here, so I could be getting a bunch of free damage out of that. Yeah, I could one Cyclone if I'd been bothering to do that. But I forgore. Say that SCJ feels the most impactful. I see what you did there, but yes. I think this action skill has some of the best, like, feedback in terms of feel. It's between that, Dire Sacrifice, Feral Surge, I think. Like, they feel weighty. The Smart Armor tried. It really did. Unfortunately for it, it's a Smart Armor. Titan build like that in Destiny 2 wasn't meta by any stretch. You could play Thor pretty effectively, and mobbing was awesomely fun. Hey, that's what matters.
He's light to death when he's here. Or else. Best job.
More like dumb armor. Got him.
I'm not dying today.
Such a fun action skill. Wanted to make sure all my debuffs were on. And that was a good throw. Not quite the one hammer, but close. Yeah, if I had a shield that boosted my offensive output, like, at all. Curse Wit, Body Rune. That would have been one throw. That's okay. Hey, Rabbit. Thank you for the 31 months. Too sick to think of something cursed. Could die in my bed now. I hope you feel better. Is it food poisoning? I have to ask.
You're in for a shock.
Yeah, 31 months. That's a long time. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm feeling grateful lately.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hi, I am too sick to think of something cursed.
Really found my
So,
code, didn't I?
Daddy? Yee, I'ma go die in my bed now, Rue now.
Honestly was hoping it was COVID. At least that'd be, like, knowing what it is makes it easier, right? COVID's pretty fucking scary and can do a bunch of different shit to you. You know, it still hasn't properly been quantified. But, like, knowing what it is definitely, helpful. Free time away from coworkers. I wouldn't call it free. Oh, look, we got a bug where, the run just reset and we weren't able to complete it. Oh, it hasn't been too bad to me. Chest infection, one thing, super bad chest infections. Yeah, it's one of those things that I do still need to be very careful of, and those in my household. You know, COVID ain't over, chat. It ain't over, and it's still a big deal to a lot of people. But, that said, yeah, there's lots of other nasty shit out there to worry about, too. You guys see that there's some weird fungal infection spreading? I mean, the comments on the store are all like, oh, it's The Last of Us, but y'all remember how COVID was a meme until it wasn't a meme? No. The actual flu in 2014 was way worse, and I got double vaxxed COVID. The vax doing its job, yeah. Also, it affects everyone differently. I did have the flu back in, let's see, when swine flu was a thing. I had that. That was real bad. I was in bed for days. But then I had the regular flu. This was in 2017, and I just could not move. Probably the sickest I've ever been. The big 01. Hey, Coffee. How you doing?
It set someone on fire day. Like you missed that, right?
Me, swine flu was worse than the times I had COVID. Yeah, like, it was real fucking bad. I've been, to my knowledge, thus far, I've been lucky and not had COVID yet. I've been extremely careful. And there's always the chance that, I did have it at some point, but fortunately, since I'm up to date on all my vaccinations, it could have just been very mild. Yeah. It's about to type Last of Us. By the way, I finished that series final. It's just so good. It's so good. It's a shame to me that gamers are gonna be gamers and so many feel the obligation to be like, but the video game was better. When there's some things that were objectively just handled better in the show, It sucks, but gamers are gamers. I just think that it should be celebrated that they did a very faithful and very good adaptation. Oh, real good throw that time. Real good throw. We got the contagion spread from the ads on that one. Had 5 vax for COVID, got that 6G basically. I think I've had 5 as well. Yeah. Hang on, I actually have my card, because I lose track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I've had 6. Yeah.
I did you a favor. Trust me.
I just got that 6G internet in his body, whilst his ISP is like 1.2G. Yeah, I function as a cell tower, but it doesn't work on any of my devices. It's really unfortunate. They no longer have plausible deniability with Bill and Frank. Game ruined. I think it's funny how the bigots are not intelligent enough to realize they're telling on themselves, when the episodes that got the most hate were the Bill and Frank episode and the Left Behind episode, which I don't know what those episodes have in common, but both of which are faithful in terms of character interactions. But what show you talking about? Last of Us. There's two episodes that are very character focused on two relationships between two sets of characters who happen to be gay. And of course the internet were like, oh, these are just filler episodes and it's too woke and it's not like the original. Shut the fuck up. Right, hate Bill in the game. Their story ended at different points in the game and show. But they were still in a relationship in the game. It just required reading. And taking context clues. Really hate the word? Well, that's because it's been hijacked by people who were very consistent about hijacking positive things and turning them into buzzwords soaked in negativity. The original use of woke was referring to being aware of social injustices committed against black people in America. Dates all the way back to the 1930s. But now it's got connotations, which is by design. Episode 3 should win awards, to be honest. It's probably the most solid episode of television I've seen in, like, the last 20 years. Episode 3 of The Last of Us. Seriously exceptional. Directing, acting, writing. Like, everyone involved with that episode deserves so much in terms of accolades. As far as I'm concerned, too woke means has empathy. It's not even that far sometimes, Stone Swan. It's just like, has people who do not fit the typical generic straight white person mold. Straight white dude, I should say. Because people will call, like, anything that has a female protagonist, even if she's straight and white, woke. It's just like, hey, this is a person who doesn't look exactly like me. It's woke. It's like, alright, dude. If it's not a straight white male, then it's woke. That is literally the mentality of a lot of people. I'm not sure how they're using the word, but that's what it means to me when they say it. Yeah. The original definition of woke is just like being aware of injustice. That's it. The hijacking of the term is rooted in anti-black racism. That's it. That is objective reality. Redmorn, you're gonna make me change elements. I really don't feel like changing elements. But I'll do it. Some people believe they're being erased because other types of humans are being represented. Pretty much the gist of it, like, inclusion is not erasure. Simple as that. Question you may or may not know the answer to: does 1,000 cuts of stat with talent decay one stack at a time, or like as fast as you accumulate it now? I actually don't know the answer to that. Probably because it's just so easy to maintain that I've never, like, watched the stacks decay. But I actually don't know the answer to that. Oh, we got a good contagion spread there. That's what that damage spike is. Yeah, Redmorn can sometimes take a while, especially when you're using stuff that's like one element. That's why I think Redmorn's a well-designed boss, because it really encourages, hey, have a multi-dimensional build. If you rely on one element at all times, you're gonna have a bad time. I needed to equip Barbaload to bypass that. Now, it is true that Barbaload just kind of is stupid and completely turns that aspect of the fight off, but still give them credit for trying. Does no answer. Trash content creator. I know, admitting that I don't know something on the internet, crazy. Thinking about buying this game, wonder if it's worth it. So what do you prioritize in your games? His killer. Like, if you enjoy build crafting and sort of a dungeon crawler vibe, like, I don't know if you've played Diablo games, like Diablo 3 in particular. If you like that, if you like the build crafting aspect of the Borderlands games, then those two things combined, that's this game. But it's specifically the build crafting. Also, the story is enjoyable. This is probably the best writing they've ever had in a Gearbox game, so that's cool. But I will say that this game is somewhat content light compared to the Borderlands games. And in terms of the loot system, the itemization, it's pretty unfriendly to the player in terms of item acquisition and then item variants. Like, getting a drop of the item finally doesn't necessarily mean you got a version that's even remotely usable. The UI kind of sucks. But if you live for the dungeon crawling, the build crafting, then you'll get a lot of mileage out of this game. This is my second favorite of the Lands games behind Borderlands 3. I have 7,000 hours in Borderlands 3, and I have 1,800 hours in this game. Bonk. Contagion is such a cracked skill. Like, I missed that wyvern, but Contagion was like, you're fine. You know, Chemical to roll the appropriate element here to kill this. I'm a fan of Borderlands, so I ask any DLC for it yet. This game has a DLC season. Mixed reception. I would say the fourth DLC for this game is very good. It's got a well-designed boss, an enjoyable section of playable content. Introduces an additional character class, which is very, very cool. And very, very well balanced. The other ones are more of a mixed bag. The DLC season of this game is it's small. I just don't feel like doing this boss. I'd say if you're on the fence and you're unsure, start with just the base game and see how you like it. and then maybe consider DLC later. Now, as someone who's pretty much purely focused on gameplay, I do still feel like I got my money's worth from the DLC. But I can't say that that's a uniform opinion. Particularly the second DLC disappointed a lot of people. Due to just the boss being terribly designed and it being light on content in general. There's good gear in all the DLCs. The third one has some cool concepts they tried out, but the first and second are very content light and generally uninteresting. They're not like full-fledged story DLCs like Borderlands. They're expansions on the main content engine of this game, that being the Chaos Chamber, the randomizer dungeon that you see me in right now. Now, once again, as a build crafter and a gameplay-focused player, I don't give a shit about story DLCs. Like, let them rot. In my 7,000 hours of Borderlands 3, I have barely double digits in all of the story DLCs because there's no replay value there. I have more hours in Wonderlands DLC in 1 year than I do in Borderlands 3 DLC in 3.5 years. So I think that says a lot. But that's just because of my own preferences and what I get out of these games. You decide what build you like the sound of the most: Artillery, Ballista, Righteous Fire, or Impending Doom. I like Impending Doom, Rabbit. That sounds good. Not played Borderlands 3 yet? Big fan of Borderlands 3. It's got the most expansive build crafting. It's got a huge variety of content. Very worthwhile DLC over in that game. BL3 is definitely my my favorite of the Lands games. And my favorite looter shooter in general. It's got a lot of core gameplay similarities to this game. This game is on the BL3 engine. So a lot of the items will be similar in terms of how the parts are generated, and you know, the core gameplay feels very similar. League starter? League? Why are you doing this to yourself?
See you later, Death. Electricity in the air. That's too good for you.
How are you not dead? That's weird. See no reason to revisit the BL3 DLC. I'm gonna die to that. It's fine. I don't lose a life to that. I see no reason to revisit with the other characters when you got all the things in there you want another character already. Yeah, the only reason you'd go back to Borderlands 3 DLC is if you really want to replay the storyline, or if there's some specific gear from there that you want. And with Wonderlands, once you complete an associated DLC, that gear just goes into your general drop pool, so you can get it anywhere, allowing you to get the gear you want, how you want, which I think is more player-friendly. Ultimately, gear acquisition is not content. It is a gate you have to go through to get to content. So, letting us get the gear in whichever way we choose, I think, is putting more control in the player's hands. Amy World drops. Yes, sir. Without soaked, it did that much damage. You love to see it. Love how like 90% of 3's endgame is free, but also DLC is not having anything endgame related. Is so sad, kind of. It ends up working out to like the same point, kind of, Vince, because like, what if takedowns had been part of the DLCs? I think that would have been poorly received, like on a macro level, even though it would have made those DLCs, whatever they attach them to, feel like they have more value. Like, what if Bloody Harvest was part of DLC 1? Maliwan Takedown was part of DLC 2. Guardian Takedown was part of DLC 3, and Cartels is part of DLC 4. Now, that would give those DLCs more value, but it would take out so much from the base game that we'd end up back in the BL2 situation where you have nothing to do if you don't also buy one or more season passes. Now, BL2's second season of content didn't even have a season pass bundle option. You had to separately buy, you know, the Vault Hunter upgrade packs, and Lilith DLC and all that from the story things. It's just like, I like that BL3 had the wealth of free content that it did. And if that came at the price of the story DLCs feeling a little more bare, then I'm okay with that. Even though in a perfect world, more stuff attached to them would be good. Like if we had on top of everything else we got with BL3, like an extra arena from each of the first 4 DLCs, that'd have been sick. But we still got 3 repeatable arenas in the base game. So, still good value. I thought the other day, roguelites do gear systems looter shooters advertise but fail on. True. The Season Pass in BO3. Season Pass is the first 4 DLCs of 6 for that game. It gives you 4 story DLCs that have very little replay value beyond the story content. But like, you get a lot of good gear from that, and then the stories themselves are enjoyable. We're just comparing the DLC models of that game's DLC season and this game's DLC season, which this one focuses a lot less on story and a lot more on replay value. So different kinds of players like different approaches. Hey Swin, how you doing? Ooh, that was a good contagion chain. Ooh. We got like 2 or 3 spreads off of 1 hammer throw. Can't complain, I was able to set up a couple better interviews, so here's open. Hey, best of luck. Best of luck. Always rooting for you. I think they just need to find the balance between story and replayable DLCs. So I'm gonna preface this with, I'm aware of my own biases here. As an endgame and gameplay focused player, I'm more happy with this framework that they did in Wonderlands than I am with the framework of what they did in BL3, even though there are misses in what we actually got with Wonderlands. Like, the way I see it, for Borderlands 1, 2, TPS, and 3, they gave us the, hey, here's a campaign with minimal replayable content. That was the model. And they flipped that on its head this time. In a perfect world, we'd have, and I've been saying that a lot today, we'd have a middle ground between that. But like, if it's a binary choice like this or that, I'm picking this, as it matches better with what I personally like. Now, I can't claim that that's a majority take, or that that's necessarily healthier for the game overall, but that's just what I prefer. Colony shrooms are good for contagious threats, faster clears. True. They can't make everyone happy, they should at least strive to make me happy. The true gamer mentality. Ooh, we got the phase skip? That was spicy. See that damage? Do I have Crit Connoisseur? I feel like I took that. Yeah, I do. Okay, that explains that. It's like, without Soaked, getting that damage output's kind of, silly. Todd Howard, is that you? Listen, it just works. Oh, that teleport washes the dot off you. Today I learned. Hate this fight? Why? It's very straightforward. It's just the final exam. It takes a bunch of mechanics from the other bosses in the game and says, hey, handle these all at once. Best mechanical fight in the game. I'm inclined to agree with that, yeah. Because, like, you've got the dodge directional projectiles aspect of Banshee and Nightmare. That's here with the Poison Nova thing. And with the ice projectiles. You've got the Regeneration Birds thing from Wastard. You've got the kill this enemy to unshield this other enemy thing from Celissa. You've got ad management, which you have to deal with in a few of the fights. You got direct health damaging goo from both Drill and Banshee. Like, it's just the mechanics of every other boss are here on Dragonlord. And you have to deal with each health bar type. Let's play another build. First two builds in this game have been a melee build and companion build, and it's awkward at best hitting Bernadette. Fight's good if you play a more normal style, though. Well, that's, in my opinion, that's something that, in terms of unreachable targets with melee, there's good ways they've done it in this game, and there's bad ways. Bad ways are, for example, the soul cells during the Theodore fight, where they physically cannot be interacted with by most unconventional things. Like, you can shoot them, you can hit them with direct impact spells, but you can't melee them. Anything that homes in, you can't hit them with. Certain wide-ranging AoEs like Dire Sacrifice don't really work on them either. They can't be dotted. That's bad design. But Bernadette is good design, because all your stuff works on her, she's generally out of reach, which means on a melee build, you need some source of melee damage that has physical range. Or you need to have enough investment to be able to substitute a gun for that short window. She doesn't have much health, she's not very tanky, she's got a very easy to hit crit spot, and she's Bone, which is a very easy elemental matchup to exploit. So, like, you can use Storm Dragon's Judgment, Stab-O-Matic, Executioner's Blade. Any of those do the job very well. To the point where it's just kind of a non-issue. I think Bernadette's fine. I think Bernadette is way better than the less ideal versions. this is not the correct one. Marshmallow Livewire. That's an option, yeah. This Dragon Lord doesn't have bone health bar. Does that mean he's boneless? I guess it does, huh? I guess it does. Why do I have a Lich's Auger? What was I doing? What was bro cooking? I was doing Diamond Gauntlets based. It's been a while since I played this save, so I'm reacquainting myself with whatever I had going here. Supply for every boss like that. Thank you for testing. Good one, Nightbot. Hey Thermal, climbing with my hammer throw build and cast 51, using the level 40 Roid Curse Wit. Try to roll and it's going well. On a nice brutal stampede with one odd melee crit chance, ability damage, melee damage. Nice stuff on a mosquito. I think brutal stampede's better than mosquito in that setup, personally, Thermal.
I made this for you.
I need to stand still. Forgetting to stand still for Ghostblade.
I hope the void is extra hot today.
Me also... I would like more duration. It's fine, just a bit annoying, more annoying than companion build, watching all my damage fly to give me a Dragon Lord half the time, can figure out how to stop it, still happens a lot. Yeah, companion AI moment. I'll finish the room just too late. Yeah, this is Barbaload. I think I'd rather have Theurge here, honestly. But, maybe just a different spell. Why do I have that? Let's go with that. Yeah, Stun Gauntlet says gun damage. Definitely not ideal. A reason I'm being so particular on this versus the others is one of my contributions to the Wonderlands build doc is Ghostblade stuff. I just want to make sure it's up to snuff. Yeah, I'll give Arbor some thought as I play. Barbaload moment. Item is so cracked. Ghostblade's so satisfying. Hey, Pupty. Jiggling. That's my favorite emote. Chat, should I commission Quag Jiggling? I feel like it would be taken out of context. Unequivocally, yes. You should, it would be, and we'd love it. But I have a huge sack swinging. Like over his shoulder, like Santa Claus? Like how Santa Claus throws his scrotum over his shoulder? Oh yeah? Okay, yeah. Holly D! Like Santa then? Yeah. I don't know what you thought I meant at first. Another high crit chance cryo pickaxe. Once again, it was Echo. It's like the 7th one I found with the wrong hilt. RNG hates me, honestly, but I'll keep grinding. Echo's still useful, Thermal. Like, Echo hilt has a legitimate shout on this setup because think about how many dots are going. Like, all that dot damage is going to go into your Echo. So anytime where I'm not in melee range actively swinging my pickaxe, I'm building up a lot of Echo. I don't think there's a wrong hilt mod for this kind of setup, or for melee setups in general. Like, you have some that'll have less value. Like Amp would have the least value, for example. But even one that's comparatively really low value, like Archmage, you still get something. Like, Fortifying Sigil doesn't have the best cooldown here, so getting any assistance with that is definitely something. Rampage, it's pretty low value, but still gives you some consistency, if nothing else. Peak would be Warrior, Caustic. You know, those are just generally most wanted, but Echo's not a bad one. Waiting for Ghostblade. I kind of jumped the gun grabbing that, but it's fine. It's fine. Dr. 7, how you doing? Very kind, Nightmare. Give me the easy RNG. Not that it matters too much on Ghostblade, but... Well, how are you? Can't complain. Nice chill morning. Dr. 7 sounds like a super confusing eccentric soda. Funny about that, CZ47 is in fact a soda. Like, that is an actual soda just typing. Not saying that's a brand you can purchase, I'm saying he's literally a can of soda sitting at a computer. Carbonated zesty 47 flavors. You heard it here first. You have any Dr. Pepper? Nah, just Mr. 7. Is that okay? Zesty is on account of the pickled cocktail onions in every can. Well, that was a revolting sentence. I'm proud of you. You're not up here? Oh, you're down there. Just having a zombie AI moment, I see. Comes with a Surgeon General's warning. I should remember to stand still more with this, especially because I'm doing Diamond Gauntlets at the moment. Yeah, that's a notable difference. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. Ascended Banshee, low damage though, stat. Listen to your feedback, and Dr. 7 now contains 40% less cat dander. But that was my favorite part. Got a little, from imagining tasting that. Oh, couldn't even finish the sentence. Ugh. Control, you can delete your own messages with 7TV. Please tell them 7. It's down from last year. Hold your applause.
Welcome to the family.
I like that with heavy dot focus on this, you could just put Ghostblade on an enemy for a couple ticks and then move it, and they still gonna die. There's two versions of this setup that I like. I actually played this as a Clawbringer setup before Blight Color came out. So like a non-DLC version of this you could do is Clawstalker Ghostblade. There will be a combination for both in the Wonderland stock when it is out. Soon TM. Hey, Rune's putting a lot of hard work into it. Oh no, the soak bug. I forgot about that.
Let's do it again soon.
My ghost blade back.
Yes! Bleeding was so awful. Oh, I love my job.
Oh, soak bug. Yeah, if you apply soak to these skulls, they do that. So I'm trying not to look directly at them. Sorry. And you do kind of need to do an interpretive dance to successfully land Ghostblade on this boss, because bad hitboxes, but when it works, it works. Our military-trained scientists from NASA are experimenting with tapioca to come up with a special formula. We'll never have anything else like it. That's a Dr. Seven guarantee. Oh. Beautiful. Any other bosses Ghostblade has hitbox issues with? Imelda? Soul Cells on Fyodor. To get it on Bernadette, you have to look at, like, her tail. There's a couple angles on Drill, but it's not too bad. Bad hitboxes in melee games are married. True.
This is what I was made for.
Oopsie. Got greedy. Stupid Alicia and elemental resists. Listen here, ma'am. Did you just not notice when it isn't an issue? Oh, what do you mean? In reference to hitboxes? Yeah. Yeah, it's rarely like it's affecting you or it's not affecting you type deal. Like an enemy like Wastard, his hitboxes are fine. There's no issues. So this boss just gets completely memed. It's enemies where there are hitbox issues where it really starts getting toxic. Like, this boss is a joke. Beef, thank you so much for the raid. Huge raid, I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Always good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. Today I beat GTD, let's go. What's that up? I was too slow. Slow on the draw, Pup T. You should have a refreshing can of Dr. 7. Improve your reflexes. I actually have an IV drip of Dr. 7 under the table right now. Do you prefer the beef or pork, Dr. 7? Pork soda. I like the chunky pork one. Extra zesty shrimp for me, to be honest. Ah, okay. Do you like the pulp in there, or no? Does the pulp enhance the experience? You don't know all Dr. 7 products are vegan? Enjoy your soybeans? I do. I shouldn't have half a dozen mods in chat and need to do shoutouts yourself. They're slacking. I'll let you in on a secret, Tree Boy. Most of my moderators are only moderators so that they can't ban each other. That's not a joke. Have a mod so I can ban more people. I've been doing it all wrong. Lurk for now, though. Got a very cranky baby. Yeah, do your thing, Beef. I appreciate you. Totally get why you love it. Hey, we got another one. Got another one. The can vegan, too? The can is made from dried beef. Okay, okay. It's good to know. It's all good info. Oh, I pulled out a live wire here. So yeah, drill hitbox awkward from a couple angles, but like once you land it, it's fine. I had to do the same kind of move to the side thing I did with Banshee. Consume my Dr. 7 cans like jelly-filled candy. In fact, Dr. 7's the origin of the word candy. Huh. You learn something every day. Which blood type Dr. 7 do you guys prefer drinking? Look at all these cool emotes. Yeah. Like a Mogwai, don't get it wet. It's very important that you have your Dr. 7 dry. Means you can't mix saliva with it, you have to pour it directly down your throat without touching the sides like a game of Operation. Happy birthday, Mr. Lance and Mr. Glenn. Love how twitchy you need to be to do true takedowns on cast stab. You rat Amara be like. Oh, we got a good Exy Blade there. Interesting read about Iron Leaves and Scizor. Ooh, I'll check it out. I do want to do, we should do some Showdown later. I want to theory craft some UU teams. a UU rain team with Scizor. Because I think Scizor dropped to UU from OU, right? Oh, UU. Damn, but I can't BC. Mods! Mods! Didn't bring my headset. Just use the nearest can of Dr. 7 as a headset. They've got Bluetooth integration. Sewn into the meat of the can. There's Bluetooth. It's a cursed sentence. Are Dr. 7 can cyborgs? Yes. But they're grass-fed, so it's ethical. You don't have much mercenaries yet? Yeah, I did a bunch of it last night, Jaybridge. My conclusion is that Leon is the GOAT. That Krauser and Luis are really awkward. And that Hunk is the turn your brain off character. But Leon's the GOAT. Labels on Dr. 7 cans were tattooed in by hand.
Enjoy your vacation.
Watching the Mario movie again? Nice.
Thanks for the hug. Do it again.
I'm stuck in the boss's hitbox. It's actually a problem. Let me out. Let me out. Alright, that was toxic. By me? By hand by very muscular women. Never mind, not me. Oof. It's okay, Popty. You're gonna get jacked. That's what I see for you in 2024. You're gonna be muscle-y. Muscle-y. Ha, ah, ah. That's so fucking funny. Guardian Angel's niche. I'm done. Borderlands community has outdone itself. I mean, yeah, it is. Pump tea. I don't know about that one. This chat is not pure enough to abide by that name. House control always so cursed. It's a skill. Really underappreciated skill. Frorb. Okay, Ghostblade feeling good. I did want to specifically get Redmorn and Wastard. Went from a few hours before. Let me look at your chat history to find it. Hang on. Hang on. Teach a man how to milk, he has milk for a day, but milk a man and he will remember you for the rest of his life. It's just good life advice. Lindsay's right here reading this. She says, try living with him. I don't know what she means. No one tell him. No one tell him. Let me actually look at my skill tree here, see if I made any weird choices. Should be pretty self-explanatory. I have one follow-up for memes. It makes sense with Diamond Gauntlet's follow-up gets more value than Swift Death. And then I have Frostbite to hit crit chance breakpoints. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Cool. Curiosity sated. No, I accidentally jumped in on the same character. BL3 muscle memory. Damn, stomach, you're making some noises. What do we do next? Do we try the... So I gotta think for the, Deathless Reaper of Bones thing. How exactly we're gonna handle that. Hmm. Jokes on her, most was like that on the daily. Spell stuff. I spent a lot of time today talking about how dominant spell builds are in comparison to gun builds. We did a little bit of melee and a couple flavors. Now we'll do some spell stuff, and it is genuinely some of the easiest shit you'll ever see in these games. Wave your hands around and things die. Yep. Spells are built different. This is not a gun game. This is a spell and dot game. I was hitting the pillar. Whoopsie. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing well, Six Girl. How are you? So on the hunt for extra projectile arcane bolts and other spells to play around with. Yeah, there's lots of good spells to keep an eye out for. Arcane bolts are definitely a favorite of mine, particularly shock ones. Because they cover that element really well, better than most other shock spells, in my opinion. Currently I'm using repeating Trickster's Ice Spikes, because the mobbing coverage of them is insane, as you can see. You just sit here alternating until everything's dead. Alright, working but slow day. Slow day is good. Crossbolt game. Something I would like to note is that this spell that you're seeing me use has been available since day one of the game. And technically speaking, Spellshot has only gotten worse with it since month 1. Because, like, Double Knot was buffed in the first month, but then it was nerfed. Spell Weaving was nerfed. So, like, technically this has only gotten weaker, but it's still one of the most dominant things in the entire game. Just keep that in mind, because a lot of people were running around saying, man, you can't use spells for damage dealing. And this was just Buffmeister-induced complacency. Every once in a while in a lands game, there's at least one thing in every one of the titles. There will be one thing present that'll just kind of warp people's perception of other options and make them determine that there's no alternatives when there very much are. Sometimes even more efficient alternatives. Think the Bee Shield and the Sham in Borderlands 2, which are good items, but heavily overrated items that are not quote-unquote best in nearly as many use cases as people claim they are. Think just shooting a gun on Zane in general in Borderlands 3. And then in this game, you have Buffmeister doing that for the entirety of the spell category. There's so many gems we missed out on early on due to people writing them off. Revolter to round out the shields. Revolter's one of those shields that's it's very good, but yeah, it's not as universal as it's often asserted to be. So I think it fits the bill. Like, this is not even a single target oriented spell, but it does that level of damage to bosses when built around. It's crazy. Accidentally sold ice spikes ages ago. I haven't replaced them yet. Best ice spike drop I ever got. I still haven't replaced it on a couple of my saves. Was I got a volatile single ice spike with 2 extra projectile parts. So it's just a like higher base damage triple ice spike. Still have not replaced it. One of the best drops I've ever seen. Think and shoot gun on Zane don't mix. Exactly. That's Quagium. The side of you is always there, and you found the perfect outlet. Nodders indeed. I'm excited to try out build crafting in Wonderlands Redux when that comes out. Some of the ideas for action skills look pretty spicy, chat. Pretty spicy. Redux honestly looks pretty sweet. Yeah. You know me, my gameplay focus and build crafting, that's always going to be the most interesting thing to me. And I think that the team has presented some interesting concepts for that. So, it's going to be cool. One of the things that kind of turned me off from BL3 Redux was just the build crafting aspect of the game was hit very hard by the changes and lost a lot of its intricacy and value and, you know, that's what I play for. But I think with the nature of how Wonderlands works and how it's being approached by the Wonderlands Redux team, that I doubt I'll have that problem this time around. No, knock on near a solid object, but hopium. It's just so efficient. Trickster's ice spikes are crazy. We'll take Nullify to nerf our damage and it won't matter. Hope you guys like it. There's a lot to be added post-launch too, so I'll expand on it. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Is the mod officially sponsored by Dr. 7 Beverages? You bet? Holy shit. Dr. 7 moaning tattoo cyborg cans performing open heart surgery. Yeah, every can you drink will just perform open heart surgery just inside of your chest. Don't think about how that doesn't make sense. Chicken lo mein with extra egg. Ooh, that does sound good. I find that as someone who sometimes has appetite problems, just adding extra egg to everything really helps me, like, consume enough food. Because egg's just kind of easy to eat for me. Yeah, so this is Frost against Flesh, which is a bad matchup. And we've taken Nullify, and this is a multi-target spell, and this is still, like, faster than gun builds. Omega lol. Throwing an egg into some ramen strict upgrade, real. Anytime I have, like, rice and noodle-based things, I try to justify putting eggs in there somehow. Only takes a couple minutes to fry up an egg, so it's not even effort. What I need to start doing is hard boiling some eggs and then just keeping them stocked so I can use that. But meal prepping, time management, put an egg in me? Yes. Ooh, pickaxe. 140 crit. Warrior. That's a good pickaxe. Take that. Throw an egg at Ramona's too. It took me a second to get that. Yes. Oh, yeah, I got my S+ run on Professional done, J-Bridge. No bonus weapons. I was originally gonna just be like, fine, I'll just use the infinite typewriter. It'll be fine. But I decided when I got to the castle, I was like, I haven't done it yet. I may as well just not. So yeah, I did it. S plus professional, no bonus weapons, and it was fun. It was fun. I've still got to do a no merchant run for that challenge, and then I still have not gotten all of the collectibles in a single playthrough because I keep missing the first small key in the village. Like, I had to reset a playthrough like 3 times, and I kept forgetting it. So I'm gonna have to do that again at some point. And then I need Wrecking Ball kills, and then I need to kill Del Lago without missing harpoons. Lots of skip mechanics in that. I didn't skip too much. I did use the rifle skips in a few places. But like there's multiple ways to skip a lot of that. Like I skipped the first Garrador, with the rifle. I skipped the crane section and the regenerator you fight while you have Ashley with you. I skipped that with the rifle, but like you can already skip the crane with grenades. So it's whatever. I did use the rifle to clip through a wall during the Verdugo fight, so it couldn't see me, and I just waited 4 minutes. So that was funny. Let's do Wicked Gossip. Wicked Gossip's a crazy spell, if anyone here is not familiar by now. Del Lago one seems frustrating. It's one of those things that, like, I have to eventually practice Del Lago anyway. The way you get the fastest kill on it, and you one-cycle it really early on Professional, is you need to hit 22 harpoons, including 3 mouth shots. Well, I guess 2 mouth shots. 22 harpoons, including 2 mouth shots, before the first time it charges at you. Which is some very precise throwing. And you guys know me and my aim. But yeah, you can kill Del Lago before it charges you a second time. If you don't kill it before the first charge, then its health goes back to 90% with a scripted mechanic. Kind of a troll. But I figure I do want to at least learn the speedrun for RE4. I probably won't do it competitively at all, because I'm just not built for that shit. But it's something I want to learn and like know how to do, because it's cool and it's fun. What'd you do if Ashley was a little mouse? That's a fun meme. Deathless Reaper. Benefit from action skills start and end annoyance. What second class would I want? Definitely not Spore. Maybe Spell? No, that'd just be Deadshot. It's boring. Used to be quite proficient in Mega Man speedrunning. First game I ever like speedrun casually was RE5, Resident Evil 5, back when that came out. It was fun learning all the skips and tech and stuff. I have very little memory of what to do now, but the first game that really interested me in that context, you know? Only on playthrough 3. Told myself I'd do this one fast, but I can't resist the treasure. I'm like, okay, save for Infinite Rocket this time, I guess. The lower rocket price charm actually does work on that. That's how I bought it in one of my playthroughs where I just had that charm. And also you get so much money for selling your upgraded guns. I basically just sold my Stingray, my Riot gun, and my Red 9. And then I had enough. The loadout I ended up using for the S Plus Pro run. I had the bolt action rifle the whole game. I used the starter pistol because the crits are so good and it's accurate. The riot gun. The starter knife. And I did use both the Broken Butterfly and the Killer 7. I didn't rocket launcher anything except for Sadler. I did use the egg on Ramon. I didn't skip Mendez. I could have. Skipping Mendez is very easy. But I actually bought the TMP for that and then sold it back right after. Egg Ramon every time. I'm sure a lot of you don't know what we're talking about, but the gist of it is Resident Evil 4 Remake is a great fucking game. No dot, really? Toxic. A lot of drops. Ascended Laser Hand. Cooldown, crit damage, spell damage. It's certainly trying. Cooldown roll isn't exactly helpful, but that's still a pretty good roll. Where'd the boss go? Wicked Gossip said hi to it. So for like the upper echelon of damage potential from spells, inhabiting that top tier, you've pretty much just got Laser Hand and Wicked Gossip. But then in terms of overall effectiveness for mobbing, Trickster Ice Spike is really, really built different. I'd say if you had to pick 3 spells to just run around with, it's gonna be those 3. But there's so many good spells. You have a lot of options. And this is just from the perspective of a straightforward spell damage build. With more specific tech, spells will move around. Like if you're running a Trap Scallion with From the Shadows, then some spells get a lot more value due to you being able to like guarantee double knot. Dazzler does really well in that instance, for example. some spells do better with Polymorph than with Ambihex. Curse of Malice comes to mind. A lot of depth to the spell system. Unfortunately, not even a great game to keep the top toxic fans away. Yeah, it is very unfortunate. I feel really bad for Lily Gao, Ada's voice actress. But fun fact, it's not even the first time she's played the character. It's just people who, I don't know. Basically, her performance for the character got her a lot of internet hate that I think is undeserved. Because it's not like the character was very complex to begin with. She injected a different set of emotions into the character, and you know, fans identifying as true fans went and literally bullied this woman off the internet. But fun fact, not her first time playing the character. She portrayed the character in live action in a 2021 movie, excuse me. That admittedly wasn't very good, but I don't think she was the problem there. Yeah, they went and harassed this poor woman. It was fucking stupid. Pick an number between 1 and 3. Let's go with 2. Let's be very basic and go with 2. Completely forgot to tell you about a full functioning and very well preserved GameCube on a flea market with original controller and cables. Ooh, that's a great find, Sora. GameCube, one of the goated consoles of all time. Only number between 1 and 3 is 2. Hey, we didn't say like they had to be round numbers. It could have been 1.5 or something. And yeah, other toxic RE fan stuff is... This is a legitimate take. Seriously, this is legitimately something I saw someone being upset about. It has a woke soundtrack. Not the soundtrack, too. I don't know. I don't know, but that's an actual take. Crazy. Just snoring that occasionally stops. Yeah, it's them waking up. Another one is people having a problem with Ashley, the escort T of the game. The game's half of it's an escort mission, but people having a problem with her like actually having some agency. Like there's a couple sections where she legitimately helps out, and apparently that's considered a bad thing. Like what? Female character saves herself, therefore game woke. Alright. Alright. Leon gets sexually harassed like 80% less in the remake. Therefore game bad. taking my CPAP machine out of this. Love my machine. Nope, sorry. Sorry, rapid fire. The machine is woke. I miss EchoCast. Me too. Any character that stops or lessens the annoyance of an escort mission is good in my books. It's so much better, Swin. It's so much better. OG RE4 Ashley was a fucking nightmare. The one thing that was better in the original is you could tell her to wait in place, where you can't do that in the remake, but like other than that, it's just strictly better. You're a badass, doesn't C100 sound bad. Depends on the build. Like, a spell build would have no problem. But a gun build would absolutely cry. Maybe want an EchoCast for all games like Risk Rain 2, Wonderlands, etc. I really, really think that any... Well, I was going to say dev, but I should say publisher, because this is definitely more of a publisher thing. Any publisher that doesn't buy into the whole streaming platform integration feature, you're just leaving retention on the table. I'm not going to say money, because it costs resources to develop and then especially to maintain. We saw what happened with the EchoCast when it stopped being maintained. But like in early BL3, anyone remember how Gearbox was putting out statistics on how viewer retention was better for channels that ran EchoCast than channels that didn't, even when not doing red chest events? Like, viewer retention means more people who are interested in purchasing more of the game's content. Like, there's not a direct pipeline between viewership of a game and sales or popularity of a game, as a lot of people who mindlessly quote, like, Twitch directory stats and stuff seem to think. But there's definitely a correlation between invested online communities and sales of post-launch content. Like, there's a correlation there. I really think that the industry as a whole would benefit from having more EchoCasts. Say that as a 99th percentile gamer. I suppose that's fair, true boy, yeah. Yeah, there are certain things on which my experience would not match up with the average players. That is true. Let's do a Frorb run. Admit that I think the OG soundtrack is better. Something about the music just ratchets up. I can't speak the unease. I would love to combine the two, because there's some tracks that I like so much better. Like the remake Krauser music is so fucking cool. For like the first phase of the boss fight. For the final phase, I actually do prefer the OG. Mr. Steele said gun crossbolts increase double knot damage. Care to test? Sure. I should go to a dummy for that instead of trying to do it in the run. Yeah, remind me after this run. We'll go test it real quick. Should be an easy test. Chest events would be nice. I've seen some streamer luck in this game. I maintain that chest events were vilified a bit unfairly in BL3. Like, my perspective on that's evolved. I, you know, have had some bad takes on the subject in the past. But like, proof of the fact that Arms Race still retains more viewers than most other forms of BL3 activities, even when people no longer care about the loot events. I don't think that chest events are as centralizing after the first month of the game as people like to believe they are. I've heard people doing red chest farm events in the little chests. Yeah, and Gearbox turned that off, and then people who kept doing it lost their ability to use EchoCast. How dare you have an opinion? I try to admit when I've had bad takes on things. And yeah, having formerly held the opinion that red chest events were this hugely influential thing in Directory, I don't really agree with that anymore. After having seen how powerful Arms Race was, completely independent of chest events, like, no. While we're on the subject of Arms Race, I would really, really like them to do some iteration of Arms Race in their next title. As it was very well received, and in terms of concept, there's a lot of good ideas in there. So a more fleshed out version would be amazing. Foot race. Hey Tom, how you doing? Arms Race had chest equivalent with extraction. Yes, and that definitely drew in a lot of people, and you can see with, for example, chest extraction made Rabbit, yes, the Rabbit who hangs out here. Rabbit was the biggest Borderlands streamer for like a couple weeks. I'm not exaggerating. He pulled the most concurrent viewership of any Borderlands content creator for a couple weeks because he just did Arms Race on Sundays. Unmodded or anything, just kind of chilling, extracting chests. He just did it in a window where he pulled so much popularity, and it was just the existence of Arms Race did that for him. So it's definitely powerful. But like even far past the point where people care about loot extraction events, Arms Race based content has really good viewer retention in the BL3 directory. Even if you turn EchoCast off, it still has good retention. Because people just find it to be interesting content. Wouldn't mind a hybrid Arms Race Chaos Chamber loaded with white guns, get chests at the end of each room with guns. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Like see each element, so like volcano escape down to safety, like a flood thing for water, do like either a landslide or abyss opening or earthquake for earth. That'd be interesting. There's a lot of maps in both BL3 and Wonderlands that I think lend themselves really well to hypothetical Arms Race. I've said it for years now, but Electricity Arms Race would have gone so fucking hard. Tangle Drift Arms Race in this game would be insanity. pyramid arms race. I mean, it would work. Hey Coombs, how you doing? Parasite's one of my favorite bosses. I really like Parasite, especially post-change, because it used to be very squishy, super, but they buffed Parasite to be relatively tanky. It's got multiple health bars. Parasite's mechanically simple, but it's got an attack that you have to respect. It's got an attack that if you are in close range, it hits you. You can't dodge it if you're at close range. So it's a good reminder to the player, like, hey, respect boss mechanics, even the trivial ones. I think that's good design. Frankly, I think an arms race analog getting added to Wonderlands to break out the monotony of Chaos Chambers ultimately do the game some good. Let us pick up and extract loot and crystals, then there drop us off in the bunny room after, something new to do. Yeah, I think just some additional formats, which they could have done through the Chaos Chamber itself. Like, it could have been in the Chaos Chamber with how these rooms work. They could have had more modes, like a wave survival mode. They could have had like an arms race sort of mode. I'm adamant that the infrastructure for that exists within the game. It's just something that they ran out of time or resources to do, or just ultimately decided wasn't worth it. One of those things. But like with the way chambers work, the framework is very robust. They could do a lot. Electricity, first time round, is near enough an arms race already with the game show plot. Yeah, if that quest had some, like, difficulty and you were doing it at endgame, maybe some more density, that's something I'd maybe like to try out, actually. Like, we have Raid on Blood Sun Canyon and VIP Tower mods. I would love a Raid on Electricity mod. That'd be cool. Run, like, 10 times spawns or something. Make all the enemies bosses. That'd be fun. Run 10 times spawn, 10 times health, and go to all the fun maps, even DLC maps. Yeah, maybe that's something we should do on the field or stream one of these days. It's like there's some genuinely fun mobbing maps that just the fact that the enemies are too sparse and not tanky enough because story content is not balanced to even really require any game knowledge at all, if we're being honest. Yeah, getting around that would be nice. At least 2.5 times health to make it true takedown style. I don't know if the increased spawn mod affects electricity. Sag cry. Pressured me a lot the first time through, and exploring all of a sudden, whoops, can't mantle this ledge. Did you happen to be anyone other than Flack, Jaybridge? Because I've noticed that that's one of those areas where you can get away with, at least at low movement speed, you can get away with a couple of jumps on Flack that you can't with other characters. Because that height matters. Ever retried Hyperion Slaughter mod for Star? It's been a long time, Chris. It's been probably 2 years since I played that mod. Talking Tangle Drift? Ah, Tangle Drift. Never mind. Yeah. You know what game mode that I would love to see? Obviously, like a PvE version of, because PvP lands, no thank you. You guys remember Invasion from Halo Reach? Yes, there you go. Leg gets me. I don't even have to elaborate. The only thing in Reach I liked. Really, I really enjoyed Reach overall. But Invasion was a gem. For those who have not played that, it's basically an asymmetric multiplayer mode in Halo Reach, where one team plays as elites, which are tankier and faster than Spartans, with different weapon choices. And you're attacking objectives, and as the Spartans get pushed back through the map, they get more and more weapons available and different defensive positions, and it worked out to be really interesting objective-based gameplay. But like it was sort of like if a takedown was PvP and not just kill everything like Mal 1. You know, more like if Guardian takedown was asymmetric PvP, I guess would be a good way of explaining it. Hey, Manic Geek, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Shout? Oh, PUBG wants me to shout? Okay. Hi, Manic Geek! Forgot the out part. Doing some keyboard builds, I assume. Shield glitch left a bad taste. Never really forgiven it. Ah, that's valid. That's valid. I do still feel some residual anger at the the Reach Beta's grenade launcher. A decade later, still not over it. Over a decade. Yeah, you got me, Dr. Seven. You got me. Oh, good animation. It's because I missed the first set. Is why she got to do the jump rope at all. Hey Hola, how you doing? Glad to see some Wonderlands stuff again. Been wanting to pick back up my Claw Stalker build I was working on. Yeah, we did a couple Claw Stalker builds today. Did some Blade Caller, doing some Deadshot now. I did some Morticulturalists at the start of the stream. Okay, need to go to the dummy and test double knot stuff. I should use a simple spell like Laser Hand. Pretty excited for Redux? Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Some of the gameplay features look really, really neat. And you know me, I'm a tinkerer. I like fiddling. Build crafting is my lifeblood. You mean now? What's a build? I have no idea how those work. Can you eat them? You can, actually. Okay, we we got a mill from Laser Hand, 142k from Stain of the Soul, 896k double knot. Now with one crossbolt in. Less damage? Spell weaving. Spell weaving. I didn't account for spell weaving. Hang on. Yeah. I had the thought same moment. Let me get to max spell weaving. And Ascension. Okay, yeah. 2 mil here, 2 mil there, 250k. And then that's the dot off of the double knot. This would be a cleaner test if I had other stuff. So my thralls are inconsistent here too, but... I need to do a cleaner test. Hang on. Let me copy the save. Or, you know what? This is actually fine. I'll just respec. Too many variables. You gonna do a spell blight thoughts other than hello status damage? I think the spell shot blight caller should stay away from status damage if we're being honest, because it just ends up being like inefficient spell stuff. Like spell shot doesn't provide enough to the status damage archetype to justify doing that over the thing it's actually good at, which is making spells just kill things instantly. So because of that, Blight doesn't really provide as much to spellcasting. But if you were to do it, then yeah, I guess using Spirit Swarm and then spells that are capable of applying good dots would be the play. Stuff like Wicked Gossip, having very high damage but also very good dot potential. That could end up going okay. Curse of Malice is a fun one. It doesn't apply like the biggest dot, but bigger than average dot. Hits a bunch of times, very pretty. Could perhaps do Empowering Sigil dots as well. Yeah, that's an option. Those have very large dots. And you could run like a shock one to keep amped up going. Hey, Arctic Ninja, how you doing? Okay, so maybe we keep the spell weaving constant at 1 stack, because we'll have 1 when we hit. I need to get down to double knot. Oh, wait, no, I have double knot armor. I don't need to do that at all. Okay, so 721k, 366k. Great, glad to hear. All top question, do bog totems trigger ASA? No, the way bog totems work is they just spawn the totem, and the totem isn't your action skill. It's got its own duration. So you don't have an action skill active at all while doing totem. It's more like Barrage than it is like, you know, Reaper of Bones. Is that bigger? What was the double knot number before, chat? Anyone remember? I already forgot. Since you don't actually interact with it, it doesn't count as ASI, would be my guess. My understanding is like the way it just works. It's the action skill doesn't have a duration. It's just creating something else that has its own duration. That's probably how they had to make it work for the charges aspect. what's going on. We're seeing if Double Knot's affected by gun crossbolts, because it was suggested that it might be. Just a quick test while we chat. Wait for spell weaving to go away. Should be. That makes sense. I'd never bothered to test personally.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's a Jake. There's a Jake right here. A pet is a pet is a pet. Need a Jake one. Anyone know of any games where someone references a Jake with a voice line? $366. Yeah, that's the same value. That is the same value. Jake from State Farm. Oh, there you go. It's bigger. 721. Just needed more crossbolts. Yeah, it works. Redux mod next week? Yes. What am I doing? That's very incorrect. Forgot how to spec a skill tree properly. There we go. Oh, shooting messes with shell casing. Depending on how much ammo you have left, but yeah. Like, if you go down to, more than one shot, you can then maintain shell casing. Stack and swap? You can. I mean, we already do the stack and swap strat with melee crossbolts. Like, shoot Tooth Raid or switch to something else. Yeah, throw guns with wings strikes. There was something I said I was gonna do... Oh yeah, I gotta think about the Deathless Reaper thing. Because I don't have a build concept in mind for that. We'll do more multiculturalists for a few minutes. Excited to see you play it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it out, Arctic Ninja. So it does benefit? Yes. Let's do a normal run. I always forget Sawmill has an underbarrel. Mr. Madness, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Zombie AI be like. Making me use my sniper rifle as a sniper rifle. Unbelievable. The nerf. The gall. Pretty sure the KO voice for Midnight Suns is the same as the guy that does it for Marvel vs. Capcom. Can't get enough of it. Huh. That's neat. I still haven't played Midnight Suns. It's one of those things that's like on my radar. Never seen undead with such a sense of self-preservation. Hi TSG, how you doing? My crazy for thinking Wonderlands Deathless, worse than Borderlands Deathless, and wrong for wanting more evident Wonderlands. Just feel Grave is almost required for it to even feel worth it. Well, Grave doesn't provide anything to Deathless, really, Holo. You get exactly one useful thing out of Deathless on Grave. And this is not a unique passive in any way. The damage reduction is minor, and the damage increase is the same as if you get a global damage passive here, but less. So like, throw out Grave for Deathless. It's not relevant, especially because all of Grave's stuff that has to do with your health bar just becomes worthless. Like Sanguine Sacrament with Deathless, worthless. A Reaper of Bones becomes a meme. Dire Sack stops hitting for any real damage. Like, you just don't get much. I was told Lord of Edges doesn't work with Deathless as it considers you full HP. Was that wrong? I can't say with certainty, Tallulah, because I've not tested that personally. Now, Deathless is inconsistent in when it considers you full HP and not. Like, for example, for the full health enchant on shields, it does consider you at full with that. But that's not how it views everything. Both shield and HP mechanics in this game that want you to be at certain thresholds, they can't make up their mind. So it's possible. But either way, that means Lord of Edges and Deathless do not really have synergy. If it works, it's minor. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work at all. Character that provides a lot to Deathless is actually Clawbringer. Because Indomitable, if you would die, it puts you back to full shields, which is the entirety of your defensive bars when you're running Deathless. Clawbringer also has a raw shield capacity skill, which is cool. Blight Caller does a lot for Deathless due to the shield regeneration mechanics. Now, I'm not going to say combine those two, because Blight Knight as a class just is not a very good combo. Most of what Clawbringer provides is just done better by Blight Caller. Another thing Deathless gives that gets forgotten is shield recharge delay. Not a hugely impactful stat, but that can be good for amp shield stuff. Now, amp and Deathless is certainly spicy, but Spell Shot can do that well. So maybe like a Spell Shot, Blight Caller, Deathless thing could go hard, or Spell Shot Clawbringer. Unarmored Defense. Unarmored Defense turns off the health reservation of Deathless, which, you know, at that point you're just kind of not using a Deathless anymore. You're using a purple armor that just has a delay passive and a fourth passive slot. So basically you're just using a worse amalgam at that point. You can achieve the same result by using that and have an additional passive. Thinking of trying it out. It's gonna take the gear for it. I really don't get Deathless in this game. Feel there's just better things, mainly because it's in class mod in this game. Yeah, in BL3 we had URAD, which gave Deathless a lot of offensive value. We don't have anything that gives Deathless big offensive value in Wonderlands. It is purely like utility and defensive, but the defensive aspect suffers because there's several things that just bypass your shields entirely in this game, and also enemies hit harder in this game. So unless you full commit to very large shield values, you're just making yourself squishier. Now you can get tanky enough to where anything that isn't, say, bypassing your shields or an elite troll just can't kill you. Like, you can just face tank Barkenstein with a Deathless, and it's hilarious, because no matter how hard he tries, he just can't really do anything. And Barkenstein's one of the more offensively threatening enemies in the game, so it's not like Deathless is worthless in this game. It's just, it doesn't provide you anything offensively, and the armor slot providing offensive buffs is a huge factor in this game. Whereas Deathless being an artifact in BL3 meant that it could still get prefixes, so you still got offensive value there. So you're not giving up like a whole facet of the build, you're just giving up your suffix, which is generally more minor. So what, Trick Mirror? Yeah, Trick Mirror Deathless is good. Some good tank out of that. But keep in mind, a lot of enemies just don't shoot, so you won't be seeing value against those. As redundant as it might seem, Body Rune Deathless is still a good strat, because Body Rune's offensively relevant. Another reason why Deathless could feel comparatively worse holo is the ward slot in this game is just overall weaker than the shield slot in BL3. Like, we have a couple standouts, Cursed Wit, Body Rune, Maced Wardu, Bad Egg are like very good. Then you have some that are just good, but then you have a lot that just don't provide anything. It's much more slim pickings, and of those ones that are good, a lot of them are requiring your shield to be broken. Bad Egg, Curse Wit. So it just doesn't mesh well with Deathless not wanting you to do that. Which is slide shield regen, static charge? Yeah, it's static charge. Wonder why they didn't enchant for activating on shield break effects. They probably viewed it as too much of a centralizing thing build-wise, because I think that was easily the most popular anointment in BL3. But it wouldn't actually matter, even if that did exist, because we don't have anything to keep shield damage sources relevant in this game. So, like, Nova Spam was the primary use case of that in BL3, and to keep Novas and any shield damage stuff relevant at Mayhem 10 and 11, there's times 34 scaling. There's no scaling in this game. And even back at Chaos 20 at launch, Shield Nova's already stopped being able to effectively kill anything. Like, even if we had the ability to spam them. So... And their damage has not gone up. And now we're at Chaos 100. So it still wouldn't be relevant. Hey, I'm the GOAT. How you doing? Got into a conversation the other day about this and wanted other thoughts on it. Just glad I wasn't wrong in the feeling of being almost underwhelming in comparison to Borderlands. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just primarily the quality of shields and the lack of it enabling anything offensively relevant. Yeah. BL3 shield noise are poor. A better variety would decentralize that. Well, ASE 50s and action skill start are the only like really relevant BL3 shield anoints. You have oddballs, like the Moe's Gunner cooldown one is good, if minor, overall. But then other than those two, it's just, hey, sometimes you see Terror ammo regen or generate Terror ASE. There's not a lot of things competing, especially with ASE 50s and action skill start. In this game, if they had action skill start, there would still be competition, because there's stuff like Desperate, which is really, really good. Vibing, which is really, really good. But then you have stuff that's able to roll in multiple slots, like Action Skill Active, Action Skill Start, Spell Cast. All of those being available in multiple slots means that the slot would be very competitive. And then if you're running something like Barrage, then the Barrage Anoint in Shield slot definitely takes priority over there. It would have been better balanced in this game, but I think it might have still edged towards underwhelming because the shield slot is what it is. Most CDR wouldn't be good if there was a damage one she could maintain and did more than ASC 50 for her. Yeah, you're right about that. Flak has the same problem with Gamma Burst builds. There's no real, unless you're running Spamma Burst or Terror, there's no shield anoint for that action skill that gets any significant uptime. It just doesn't exist. When the game came out, before ASC 50s were a thing, Shield Anoint was like, people ran ASE cooldown, ASE move speed, Amara ran melee. That was like, it. Morning, Urban Mac, how you doing? I don't remember what I ran. I ran ASE cooldown on the shield and then action skill start grenade regen on the grenade, because that was like what we had in terms of options. Doing good. Gotta go redo my spec. Brain no work. I don't know what you mean. Like you're building this? I'm so confused. Gonna say this is the sawmill. Yes, that same sawmill. That's right. Subscription. Ah, oh, okay, okay. I was like, what am I missing? Damaging Iron Bear generating grenade was grenade anoint, right? Yes, but we had a lot less Iron Bear support in general. a lot less knowledge of how Iron Bear worked at the launch of the game. It wasn't bad like people claim it was, but it wasn't understood enough to be a central thing. Have Shocky Milk? Ooh. Holy Ricochet. Yeah, that's just Sawmill doing that. It's got that built in. Pretty nice. How are you still doing outside work stuff over there? It's like coming from the same direction every fucking day. I don't know how they always have shit to do. They were cutting down a tree, then they were mowing the lawn, then they were blowing leaves. Like, every fucking day. I hate it. You guys probably can't hear it, but it's, like, very much in my left ear. A really nice yard? It's not. Having walked past it many times, it's not. Some people really love taking care of lawns. It's a weird champ thing. I have the same thing. Crazy Man next door always got some sort of power tool on. I hate it. Hate it, I hate it, I hate it. We cap things off with a little bit of melee. A little bit of melee. Are they old or tired? Yes. Yeah, I don't know about retired, but definitely 60 plus. There's too many saves. How's this shithole with nothing in it except a lawn chair in the living room and some weird ropes for yoga or something upstairs? That's vaguely scary. Speaking of weird champ yard maintenance, there's a house near where I live that has a big shrub in their front yard they trimmed up to look like male genitals. It's hilarious. Amazing. Oh, barrel got me. Skill issue. Dreadwind's so fucking good. Ooh, Trust and Magic. Free tank. Look at that HP value. I spun through a barrel. Come here. We'll do bunny. Fuck it. See if I remember how to angle Dreadwind here. I do not. Skill issue. Did I still get it? Or did it move? I guess I still got it. Okay. Wait, no, is it over here? No, I didn't. Where'd it go this time? That probably expired. Well, I guess we're not doing bunny. I should have shot it with a stab-o-matic. It's like you got dizzy and fell down.
Goblin, Skeep, Dryal, Rebula, Zombas, Lachance, Forcanar.
Rebula. I'm gonna start calling him that now. Thank you, Urban Mech, for the Prime for the 28th. Rebula. Dryal. I also want to run this enchant on Cleansing Flames, just cause it'd be funny. You know, 40% HP. Maybe we'd get like really big HP value Cleansing Flames, tank that way. I don't know how we'd go about getting big HP though. I had Bronco Buster on that setup already, and it wasn't huge. I guess Hammer Zerker, but then you lose Alchemical Agent, so Cleansing Flames isn't as good. A lot of Constitution and, Bro, fix the fucking engine on your mower. That sounds terrible. Their lawnmower's engine is currently stalling. And they're just not fixing it. The pause for that. Oh, hey, it's finally off. Pour some Dr. 7 into that carburetor, clean it right up. Is there anything Dr. 7 can't do? Slap the gas tank of his neighbor's car. This baby will hold so much Dr. 7. Ugh. Dr. 7 can't cure community toxicity. Are we sure about that? Do we just need to let it cook? Like, maybe it can. Maybe it just hasn't been given enough time to do so. Thank you for testing. He cured mine. Bless. Bless. Wholesome 100. Big Chungus. Dr. 7. How many miles per Dr. 7 does that thing get? Too many. It's nice just tanking attacks on Frost Shiver. I think Frost Shiver's like the most well-rounded multi-class in this game, if I had to pick one. And just enable the most stuff. It's most player-friendly. You get frighteningly tanky while being very offensively threatening. Reusable action skills. 4. Feral Surge is underrated. You can absolutely build around Feral Surge and have it be viable into the high chaos levels. It can't be the only thing your build has going for it. Which you could say the same for a lot of other action skills. You can go Zoom with Haste and the Forbidden spell. You could. Get Surge to work at 100. So, if we're splitting hairs, Surge is one of the easiest ones to get to work at 100 because it's got the execute threshold mechanic. You just need other things to weaken and then it can always kill. Surge is also always good for movement, provided you have ways of mitigating the cooldown issue or ensuring those executes. So, yes. Making Surge a primary method of dealing damage at 100 is difficult, but not as difficult as some of the other damage source ability action skills, so I maintain that it's underrated. I hate Buffmeisters because your build hips or what? No, because Buffmeister is one of the most centralizing things in any build crafting game ever. It does more than an entire manufacturer of spells combined. It just does too many things as one item, and it has caused a lot of damage to the community's perception of build crafting and general item viability in this game. It is not a build enhancement, it is a build replacement. Anything else you're doing on a build, as long as it's not using Blizzard, does not matter if you have Buffmeister. You cannot make bad choices if you have a Buffmeister. And that is removing build crafting from the game. If you no longer have to make choices, you're no longer doing builds. Hey, Roach Milk, just got BL3 and all the DLC for 30 bucks on Steam. I'll be able to get into it again. Let's go. Yeah, that's a good deal. Oh, you're saying it wasn't good? You hate it because it's OP? Yeah, no, I hate it because it's disgustingly overpowered. Fun fact, the very first legendary I ever got in this game, a month before the game's launch, was a Buffmeister. And I had to sit on that shit. That knowledge that that would be a thing people would be running around with. Pain. Aside from the deal, you're the reason getting back into it. That's really awesome to hear. I'm glad I could help inspire that. Gonna try Redux? Yes. Yes, I'm actually looking forward to it, Mr. Madness. Buffmeister isn't real. Can't hurt you. Buffmeister can't help Blizzard. Can Dr. 7 help Blizzard? Dr. 7 might be able to. We were actually discussing this earlier in the stream, Rapid Fire, but we did some math the other day, and we surmised that at about 100,000 myth rank tokens spent, you could have viable Blizzard. $100,000. This game, though, I've seen basically nothing of. So this game is definitely content lighter than, say, Borderlands 3. But a lot of the same stuff I like is present here, and it's got a dungeon crawler vibe to it, which is definitely unique to Lands games. This game basically plays like, what if the build crafting of Borderlands 3 met the endgame structure of Diablo 3? That's what this game is. And it's a particular flavor. You have to have certain tastes to like that. I happen to have those tastes. Not everyone does. Description sounds amazing to me. I guess that's why I've been having so much fun. Yeah, it's very specific in what it tries to do. Since we use Trance as a unit of measure in BL3, maybe we can use Blizzards as a unit of measure in Wonderlands. Laserhand is about 4,000 Blizzards, for example. It's one of those things, like, a lot of times you'll see people exaggerate about how bad something is in one of these games, because it's just funny to dunk on. Like, we talk about how shit the Infinity is in BL3, and it is really a shit gun, but you can make it do stuff. You can't even make Blizzard do anything in this game. The place where Blizzard caps out is you can get it to almost be efficient on, like, Chaos 15. It's that bad. Forward and get sadder and sadder the more we discuss it. Oh, should we discuss that at some point, and this was only, discovered because no one had really been paying attention. At some point, they did make Spore Fuse enchant not deal ability damage, so Spore Fuse does not proc Wrath of Nature. No, I don't wanna. Sorry, Holo. More like poor Warden. I think Laserhand's OP2, or I'm just figuring stuff out myself mostly, and the things he's busted me in the right context even more than Buffmeister. So that's a good example of why saying, hey, this item is better than this item is like a slippery slope because context matters a lot. I would not say Laserhand is overpowered, because Laserhand is very strong in its niche of, if you're using a spell as a primary damage source, you want one target very dead, Laserhand's great. It's easy to understand, easy to use, very powerful. It's good. I would say Laserhand is still well balanced. Stronger than a lot of other spells, but still well balanced, because it has its area where it's good, and then it doesn't become a centralizing thing. Like, even for pure spell builds, it has competition, right? In terms of damage relative to it, you have Wicked Gossip. In terms of, in mobbing, Laserhand is slow because it's one straight line. So something like a Frozen Orb or a Trickster Ice Spike is going to out-clear it. But if we look at Buffmeister, there's nothing that does what it does. Buffmeister is the only source of movement speed from spells. It is a global bonus element, which no other spell gives you. It is the only way to get global bonus elements for certain classes. It, like it gives you a bunch of stats in a bunch of areas that you cannot compete with. Yeah, we have a command for it, by the way, if you want to see everything it does. It can't be competed with. And any one of the things that Buffmeister provides is enough for an item on its own, and it's enough for that item to be seriously competitive in its slot for anything you'd want for a build. But Buffmeister does like 8 of that level of thing by itself, and it applies it to everything. It's not like it's just a gun bonus element or just a spell bonus element, right? Like, Laserhead's not going to be overtly useful in a melee build, for example. There's no build that Buffmeister doesn't have a case for unless you need that spell slot to directly do damage. That's the only exception. So, like, it's just the fact that it has no competition is why Buffmeister's overpowered. Hey, I guess I did actually get Bunny. It looked like I didn't, but I did. So sad, dude. Literally just gotten all the enchants out when they changed that. Yeah. Spore Warden is walking set of L's, unfortunately. Not being a Wonderlands theory crafter is great. I can recognize Spaghetti without being pained by it. Living the life. Hitbox moment. Okay, I needed an enemy to hit me there. We're good now. I'm chilling. Which way are you going? Use it in a couple builds. A spell shot boss and laser hand seems stupid. You're going to try to avoid it. That's the thing with laser hand, with Buffmeister, excuse me. It skews your expectations for, like, how things work. Like, I did a run with the Trickster's Ice Spikes, one in each hand, earlier, and that spell has not been buffed at all. A lot of notable spells have been buffed since the game launched. Frozen Orb, Laser Hand, Inflammation, and then Wicked Gossip being a DLC 4 spell. Like, there's a lot of stuff that has changed in the spellcasting department. But Trickster's Ice Spike are a good example of a spell that was viable day one that got completely overlooked by a lot of people. And you had a lot of assertions that they need to buff the entire spell category because Buffmeister's stronger. And, like, there's no amount you could buff everything else to measure up to Buffmeister because of mechanically what it does. It also skews your perception of what weapons are worth using and not. For example, you had people saying that Nightshades, Cryo Nightshades and Cryo Spriggans, the SMGs, the ×4s, ×5s, are the only viable guns in the game because they were using Buffmeister. And think about it. If you're using a high fire rate weapon that shoots out 5 projectiles, so you have 5 instances of your Buffmeister value on every pull of the trigger, or every, round fired, obviously that's going to be proportionally better than putting that Buffmeister bonus element on, say, a Carouser, which is 1 projectile at a slow fire rate. 1 very strong projectile, but less Buffmeisters happening, so you deal less damage. So it skews how people view things, and it proved to be really toxic to people being willing to experiment with items in the game. And for a lot of players, they built up a dependency on the item, where they could not clear anything without it. So it led them to believe that it was needed, when it was, no, it just poisoned the well for them very early on. It's just a toxic item. Can't fathom what made them think Spore needed its one interesting enchantment to be worse. YouTube clickbait, J-Bridge. The inundation of people making build videos of triggering Spore Fuse off of Dreadwind to one-shot Parasite, despite that not mattering because Spore Fuse and Dreadwind could both do that independently from each other, and, like, you didn't need to do that. But it was so popular, they're like, maybe let's get people trying other things. So they knocked it down a peg. I'll do one more run with spell. Pegged it down to knock. It's really been a year. It's been a year, Shrapnel. Time is crazy. Oh yeah, I was testing stuff here. What spell should I do with this run? Out of the ones I have, chat. Here, I'll show you what I got in my bag. See, we got Laser Hand, we got Wicked Gossip, Frozen Orb, Arcane Bolt, Twister, Gelatinous Cube, Saw Blades, Concentrated Magic Barrage, Ice Spikes of various flavors. What am I using? Zora says cube. I could do cube. Do I have radius rings? I do. Really, already been a year? What the hell? Yeah, a year, 2 weeks ago. I was busy with RE4, so I didn't like celebrate the 1 year on the day of, because that happened to be the same day. But yeah. 2022 felt like it went by really fast, huh? So Cube has a couple things going for it. One, it does the complex root radius thing. Familiar with how that works in BL3. Two, the puddles that it generates are not your damage. They are the cursed kind of puddle that does percentage damage to enemies, which is scary. 2023 feels like that too. It's April already. Yes and no. Like, to some extent, yes, but it's felt slow for me the last 2 months. Like, it still feels like February a little bit to me. I don't know, like, the year kind of froze at a point for me. Nodded against Dragonlord Shield Bar. Definitely more a mobbing thing if you don't have the status support. Like, I can say with certainty this would be stronger if I was a Stabomancer. So that's what they're saying. It's going too quick. We're all still in January. No, but like it's like I guess I said what I was saying backwards. Like this year has felt slow for me so far, but it's also felt like just one continuous month for the most part. I don't know. Time is weird. I don't know quite how to explain the feeling in words. I'm not making much sense. I'm aware of that. Little Twister. It's a little better single target. There's a good Twister. It's been going by really quickly, mainly because of how busy I've been. Yeah, that could be it. I've not been terribly busy the last couple months, other than just like attempting to manage health stuff. So I suppose that has an effect on time. Any of you with chronic health stuff can attest to that, I'm sure. Experience feelings years ago, another feel for sure, especially when your health shit can go ultra slow, genuinely feel like months glide. There you go. Same brain cell, Puppy. Yeah, fun fact, copious amounts of Dr. 7 can cause you and your gamer friends to develop a hive mind. Hey Scott, how you doing? Luckily in a better spot mentally, so let me not be doing customer support work anymore. I feel like everyone should have to do some amount of customer support work just so they never treat anyone who works in customer support like shit again. Like anyone who's worked any sort of retail or in the food service industry or working a call center, anything like that, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Everyone should have to do it. What is Dr. 7? It's the official soft drink with cans made out of 100% real beef. The labels are tattooed on, and the product itself is vegan. No phase skip, really, Dragon Lord? Vegan besides the dried beef can? No, the dried beef can is also vegan. Ooh, let's do saw blades. Started an internet company, customer service job at the beginning of COVID. Worst 2 years of my life. Sorry I had to go through that. Like, sounds fucking awful. Or you can just not treat people like shit because it's a shitty thing to do. You know, that's a pretty base take, Vocal, but unfortunately, the way I've come to view people is that basic instinct for empathy isn't there for most people until they can directly relate to the shitty experience someone is going through. Like, people don't care until it's something they've experienced. Which is why there's a lot of issues a lot of people are facing right now that large chunks of the population stick their head in the sand about. Think what it's like to live as an immunocompromised person after COVID, during COVID, not saying COVID's over, saying after the pop-up of COVID. Think about the things trans people face. You know, like, people are hard-pressed to give a shit if they've not lived it. Sawblade's doing better than I thought it would here, honestly. Yeah, the whole people instinctively just don't care thing. One of the very basic and prevalent ways that manifests is like treating service staff like shit. Next time you guys go out to a restaurant, if you ever do, just people watch. People watch, see how they treat the staff. Whether it's the host or the server or the kitchen staff, just look at how they treat them. It's not an uplifting experience 9 times out of 10. We relate to this quote from an anime: "The sky is the sky and people are people wherever you go." So going to People Shit by Slipknot. Oh, banger song. Banger song. That whole album. Iowa album is basically 99% about people being fucking awful. Man, I gotta listen to that now, Hola. It's not like I don't regularly already listen to it, but that album, Let's do Concentrated Barrage here. No crit, never lucky. Oh, I forgot to change rings. That would be why. Yeah, there's my damage. Works better on crit spots you can consistently hit, but favorite song's Kill Pop, honestly. Loved it even more than Told Us What It's About. Grey Chapter is an underrated album. As a whole. While we're on the subject, I do kind of wish the new album was like a little more memorable, but they're still bangers. Oh hey, good crit there. What are you doing, Kevin? Yeah, you are a cat. Yes, cat. Hello. Where are you going? Saw the Great Chapter live. It's my first concert. Ooh, Long Lamb of God, Bullet for My Valentine. It's such a banger for first. That's a great lineup. I never really got super into Lamb of God. I know like 2 songs. But yeah, teenage years for me, a lot of Bullet for My Valentine, and then as an adult, you know, I like Slipknot. Didn't either was mainly there for Slipknot Bullet. Yeah. I talk about this often, but still, best concert I've ever been to was, I went and saw, it was, Korn was headlining, and then Stone Sour was, like, the second title. And there was also a couple other things there, like Skillet was there, which, you know, everyone at least knows Skillet, but yeah, Korn, Stone Sour, and it was crazy. It was crazy. Or listen to Dream Theater? A little bit, yeah. First concert was ABBA. Mom made me go with her. Still not a bad first concert, honestly. Like, for being honest. Backseat, still talking about Dr. Seven. Of course. Of course we are, Tree Boy. But yeah, hold up. My neck hurt for, like, days. I had no neck mobility from headbanging from that show for days. It was crazy. I would definitely go see Korn again. Stone Sour, of course, too. I woken up at 5 a.m. Random thoughts come to mind. Create own version of Flaccid build. Well, the thing with Flaccid is just like, it's sort of one of those builds that's kind of a framework. It's, hey, use Corrosive and Bounty Hunter on Flak, and you could just go a lot of directions with that. Surprised I haven't Turtle Bleeding as well then. Maybe I fucking did. I was a lot younger then. This was 2017. So I probably killed a lot of my brain cells that night. I had entirely too much to drink. Yeah, it was one of those days. Yeah, I was how old was I that year? I was 22. So, yeah. Not good choices. Two years later, Bordeaux took the rest of the brain cells. Alright, I think this is a good stopping point. I'm starting to get hungry. Live 4.5 hours. Oh, hey, Voodoo. Sorry to end right as you get here. What game is this? This is Wonderlands. It's, the Lands game after BO3. First concert was Family Values. Ice Cube, Limp Bizkit, Rammstein, Korn. That's awesome. That's awesome. Like, nostalgia on that one. Ooh. What other live stuff have I been to? I've actually seen Stone Sour twice. The second one was this really small venue. It was in a bar. At the time I lived like in the middle of fucking nowhere, but it happened to be an hour away, 2 hours away. So I went, and it was this cramped fucking bar. I was about, like, maybe 5 feet from the stage. There's actually a recording that exists. You can spot the back of my head in a crowd. It's funny. But yeah, it was a really crazy show. There's a bunch of stuff I want to see. It's just I'm a lot less willing to do it. It's pandemic. What's that show that, like, there's some festival that's got all those nostalgic bands that's happening this year. It's like Paramore and a bunch of other shit. The name escapes me right now. Brain rot. Hey, Cal, thank you for the prime of the 17 months. I appreciate it. When we were young. Is that the one? I thought that already happened. Limp Bizkit, if only the 45 seconds of that one cover wasn't a thing. Is it Warped Tour this year? Rap Tour? I don't know. On to Cypress Hill and Saberhead. Ooh, Cypress Hill. Nice. Nice one, Masons. Lollapalooza? I don't know, but you guys know what I'm talking about. People started talking about it when they announced the TwitchCon location for this year. Because it's like in the same place on the same weekend. Anyway, let me find somewhere for us to go. Sorry for the scattered thoughts stream today, but I really enjoyed chilling with you guys. I plan on doing some more Wonderland stuff. At the very least, we'll do the Blizzard experiment, and then pretty soon we got Redux coming. So I'll be spending some time with that. Who's on right now? The Cat is playing some Moes over on BL3. BZK is doing some BL3 as well. Alec is on Fall Guys. We haven't rated Alec in a minute. Let's see how long he's been live. Stop auto-playing Twitch. It's only been live 18 minutes. Let's go say hi to Alec. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll next be live on Monday, provided something doesn't get in the way, as my schedule's been very inconsistent as of late. Current plan is either Wonderlands or Near Automata. One of those. Haven't decided which. Yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. If you got my emotes, feel free to spam those. This raid message. I'm gonna go over to Alec. If not, Quag Raid or something will suffice. But Alec's a super good guy. You might know him. He edits a lot of K6's videos. Content creator in his own right. Just overall super nice dude. You'll enjoy the vibes there. And yeah, have a good one. Feel 300% next. No. Bye-bye.